Yeah.
All right. Here we are with ultimated Judeo Christian. I've debated him before. I seem to remember our last debate was about Genesis being authority for the proposition that God exists and that creation was an act of love, and therefore you believe in God. I think that was what your argument was. Would you agree?
Yes, somewhat.
Okay, and you have a different argument this time, even though our discussion is about whether God exists. How would you like to title our debate?
I can send you a private message about the title, so the title can be. Oh, what's your preference? What do you want to title it?
Well, I have the practice of titling my streams as much as I can to what is actually discussed. But I know that sometimes discussions can get derailed, and I will change it at the end if if I say the discussion is about X and it turns out to be about Y. I mean, I try to um, be mindful of trade descriptions. So, but we can always
I've got a
change it
type.
before
Yeah.
we end the discussion. So basically, at the moment, and I can change it before the stream ends, and the stream has started. Um, Talking to Ultimated Judeo Christian again about his ontological what's it. So if you want me to change it to something else, I'm happy to do that. But maybe we can negotiate that when we finish, or we can just, maybe it's a good idea to say what we're going to be talking about before we start.
Sorry, can you repeat your last bit?
I'm
Last 10
saying
seconds.
maybe it's a good idea for us to agree on the subject of what we are discussing before we begin this
Yes,
discussion. And
I have private.
hmm?
I have private messaged you a possible YouTube title.
All right. Yes, I'll look at my phone now. Right. Is ontological Judeo-Christianity true? Um, you see, I would have a problem with the title because it's like, what is ontological Judeo-Christianity? Or what is ontological? I don't think most people understand. There's a problem with all these terms because most people don't
That's a
get what
claim. We can.
ontology is. I'm a bit vague myself. I mean, I keep forgetting. I keep forgetting what it is.
You made multiple claims, so we can decide at the end. Otherwise, you can choose. Like you can think about it for a day or two, and you could just choose
Okay.
to
So,
make. Yeah.
okay. All right. So, what would you? What is ontological Judeo-Christianity as opposed to um, plain Christianity? Why are you using these strange terms? It confuses people. Well, it confuses me.
Firstly, your question is possibly an informal fallacy because you have to agree to God existing first before we discuss / debate religion associated to said God.
Okay, so I
So I'm
agree.
assuming.
I agree that the concept of God exists. Yes, I do. But it doesn't mean that he necessarily exists in real life.
Firstly, I'm assuming you self-proclaim to be atheistic. Am I correct there?
Agnostic.
Secondly, God is not just conceptual, he is concrete simultaneously. As
How-
God definitionally,
Well, this is what
yes,
believers say, but I mean, if you insist that I agree with you before we even debate, then it means that you've won the argument. So there's no point debating. Do you
there are
see?
2
Do you see the
points
problem
here.
for me?
Not yet.
You're kind of
However,
saying, in order to debate with
maybe
me, you have to agree with me. So what's the point of even debating with you?
your question's possibly loaded
No,
because
it's a genuine question. You actually saying
that's possibly a
you have to
claim.
agree with that God exists before we even debate. So what is the point of debating if just by agreeing to talk to you, I'm saying God exists?
There's 2 points here I want to address, and I plan to be less than 30 seconds with both points. I will set a timer for around 1 minute. 3, 2, 1. Firstly, I know the God of the Bible exists, so I would say to refrain from twisting my identity of being a belief. Secondly, I've won in regards to my pre-biblical premise 1 defaultly. If you want to move on to my biblical premise 2, then listeners can have their own outcome on the interaction, because people may not fully understand the words in the Bible, more precisely Genesis 1:1, to understand fully my argument. I yield.
I don't really understand that. I mean, my problem with you is that you seem to be saying that in order to debate with you, I have to agree that God exists, when the very subject of our debate is whether God exists. You say you can prove it, and you can say that the Bible proves God's existence. Loads of people don't agree with you because we all know that we can say anything we like. In fact, there's even a genre of literature called fiction. We make up a story, and to entertain ourselves or educate people. But you can't say that just because it's written down, it's got to be true.
There are 3 points here. Actually, there are 2 points here. Firstly, we have to agree God exists to debate regarding my biblical premise 2, because God revealingly exists as he grounds ontological polarities of God and temporalities,
I
dichotomously
don't know what that
complementing.
means. You're saying you know God
Well, I
exists
can
because
simplify it.
yes.
There are 2 points here. Firstly, I want to prove tautologically my pre-biblical premise 1. And then the second point here, which we will get to hopefully. So just to prove tautologically my pre-biblical premise 1, the ultimate creator-creation polarity grounds epistemic universalism. So starting with the word the, T-H-E, is a presuppositional determiner for its following closed system / sentence, which presupposes ultimacy,
You see, you're not making much
which is a
sense.
synonym for truth.
Can you say it one
Ultimacy is
sentence,
synonymous.
because it's very confusing for people. You're saying you believe God exists because it's written down.
Firstly, no, God exists through his revelation of himself. So we can individually go through each word of my categorical syllogism regarding my pre-biblical premise 1. Otherwise, I can give you a tautology for my pre-biblical premise 1, which I will do. So in order for us to know we are finite, we have to be revealed
Okay,
completely our opposites.
could I just offer to help you, because I'm familiar with this kind of debating. So you can say that because there was a creation, we are here. Would you agree with this statement?
Yes.
Okay, and because there was a creation, there must have been a creator. Can you agree with this?
Yes.
And because there must have been a creator, that creator must have been God. Isn't that much simpler?
Yes, you can phrase it like that.
Right?
So
And
if
then people
you
might argue that, well, there was no creation, the universe was always there, or God is the universe. This is a pantheist view of the universe. They're saying that God and the universe are one.
that's a bunch of claims, and based off memory, assuming that you are the same person, try, I would say, to avoid bringing in other people metaphysically for this debate. You are on the hot seat individually. So when you brought up universe to have always existed, physical deities, etc., you're possibly indirectly asserting them
No,
to
I'm
avoid
giving
me
you.
debunking.
I'm suggesting what the kind of argument that you could be using to prove God exists in a simple way that will be simply understood. Yes, we are here because there must have been, because there was a creation, because there was a creation, there must have been a creator, and that creator must have been God. And you agreed with that. And then after that, I said, in order to refute the premise that I just stated about God being the creator, I had to use a pantheist argument in order to say that there was no need for a creator because the universe was not created because it was always there. I'm just giving you the arguments that I know about to refute the theist argument that I've just given you, which I think is simpler than your very complicated words using lots of philosophical jargon that most people will not understand.
Made a claim in regards to most people understanding. So I try to be as epidemically basic as I can. So
What do you mean
I can
epidemically
verb
basic?
Academically,
Academically basic. So, are you saying that you try to use simple words? I would have thought that you do the opposite.
I am trying to be simple, at the same time explicit. But that may change. So I can prove to you my pre-biblical premise 1 with the word the, T-H-E. So we can do that. So firstly, what is your definition of the?
It's a definite article.
Yes, which presupposes ultimate truth.
That's it?
Agreed?
What is that? I'm
Yes, you
afraid I
said it's
don't
a
know what that
definite.
means.
It means a definite article. Ultimate truth, as you said earlier, a definite article. So you directly or indirectly agree to my definition of the. So I asked you, what is your definition of the? You responded with it being a definite article, and then went to explain the word ultimate, which too is a definite article. So to be ultimate requires a mind, because free will is not contingent on parts, entailing absolute ageless mind, not subject to death. So an absolute, eternal, all-powerful / omnipotent mind is who we call God, complementing the creator word. My pre-biblical premise 1, syllogistically, creator tautologically means a mind. So creation would be temporalities, aka humans, and we know this through the polarity of God and not God, complementing a true dichotomy which grounds epistemic universalism. So just to summarize all of that briefly, just by me proving to you the word the remaining pre-biblical premise 1 of mine follows. I yield.
Well, I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm sorry.
Can you paraphrase what I said earlier?
You seem to be saying that saying the means God exists.
Tautologically, yes.
Okay, so I'm going to steelman your argument by saying you're not talking about any God, right? You're talking about the God. Would you agree with that?
Can you say repeat? Can you shorten your question?
Okay, so you're talking about the definite article. You're not talking about a God. You're talking about the God. Yes.
Yes.
So if you talked about a God, that implies that there are other gods.
Yes, that can imply that.
But you're a
Fallaciously.
monotheist. You're a monotheist, aren't you?
Not currently now, because Jesus is God. So my position is modalistic monarchianism
Okay.
regarding Trinitarianism.
Okay. So you believe Jesus is God, that he is co-eternal, co-substantial, and co-equal. Is that true? Is that right? You believe in the Trinity,
No,
and the Trinity
because
requires you to believe that Jesus is co equal, co eternal, and co substantial with God.
question is an informal fallacy,
I don't know
a
what that
semi-formal
means.
debate, because it means that you are switching the subject from my biblical premise 2 from my biblical premise 1, because you are talking about which God
No, I'm
as
not.
opposed
I'm just
to the.
clarifying with you about the Trinity because you're, as a Christian, you believe in the Trinity, yes?
I would like around 1 minute to address 2 points here. Okay, firstly, am I allowed 1 minute
Go on, go
to
on.
respond? Okay, I'll set a timer. 3, 2, 1. Firstly, I know Jesus is God as a fact, not a belief. Secondly, to address this red herring ploy, Jesus is not co-eternal. Jesus is a different personality to God. God as ultimate, where his Jesus form can have a distinct visualization. Secondly, in regards to this debate, more precisely, regarding my pre-biblical premise 1, you have to agree to the truthfulness of my pre-biblical premise 1 before we move on to my biblical premise 2
What is
regarding
pre-biblical premise?
Judeo-Christianity. I'm not.
Okay, I don't know what your
I
pre-biblical
was
premise 1 is.
I was almost finished. So if I can get 20
Please
seconds
carry on.
just to wrap up this point. 3, 2, 1. So to address this fallaciousness possibly from you, as stated, we have to agree. You have to agree to my pre-biblical premise 1 regarding my biblical premise 2. I yield.
Okay, I don't know what your pre-biblical premise 1 is. What is it?
I have private messaged you this. The ultimate creator creation polarity grounds epistemic universalism. So that was around, I would say, 20 minutes ago. Have you
Okay, okay,
can
so
you see the
it
private
doesn't mean
message?
anything to me, right? You said pre-biblical premise 1, colon. The ultimate creator creation polarity grounds epistemic universalism. Do you run through your sentences with anybody else? Because it's just gibberish to me. What does it even mean?
Firstly, I think you asked 2 questions. To answer your first question, I'm trying to remember it.
Okay, I'm
Uh,
asking you what pre-biblical premise 1 means, and then you said it means the ultimate creator creation polarity grounds epistemic universalism, and I said I still don't understand.
well, which word of my pre-biblical premise 1 don't you
All of
understand?
it, I don't understand what it means.
So you don't understand every word of my pre-biblical premise 1.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. There is no subject, there is no verb, it's not a proper sentence.
That's a bunch of claims, and I've justified my pre-biblical premise 1 with word the, and my pre-biblical premise 1 does have a verb, grounds /ground, complementing dictionary.com. So the verb to lay or set on the ground, to place on a foundation, fix firmly, settle, establish, found. So
Okay.
there's around 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11
Okay.
definitions.
So
Yes.
what is epistemic universalism?
Your question can be an informal fallacy because we have to conclude the first portion of my pre-biblical premise one before we discuss the epistemic universalism part, as you're possibly dodging the ultimate creator-creation polarity
Okay, what
grounding.
does that mean?
What does what mean?
The ultimate creator-creation polarity. What does that mean?
I've already explained this ontotheologically / meta
I don't know
ontotheologically,
what these terms
starting with
mean.
I've already justified this with the word the ultimate creator, creation, and polarity.
Okay, let me
So
try and express for you what I think you are trying to say. You are saying that when you are talking about the God, you are talking about the only God. Yes?
yes,
Okay. And I accept that the concept of the God exists. I accept that. But
as
you're
you
saying,
did.
but I'm saying that a concept is different to something existing in reality, in that we have concepts of unicorns and fairies and ghosts and, things that may not exist, leprechauns, you know, that sort of thing, and they may not actually exist. We also talked about fiction. Writers can imagine characters, personalities, stories, events, and write it down, and people will read about it and understand it as stories that are fiction. And I'm asking you
You
why you think that God definitely exists. I accept that scripture refers to God. I don't deny that. But you are saying God definitely exists and that Jesus is God. Is that what you're saying?
firstly, I'll just type out your question. Is that what I'm saying regarding God's existence and Jesus to be God? There are 2 points I want to address here before I answer your recent question, as I do have it typed out here. Firstly, as stated earlier, God is not just a concept. In our mind, to paraphrase, God is concrete, or he is the ultimate fact, definitionally. Complementing the law of identity, A is A, so God would fulfill the first A. Second A would just be a definition / tautology to the first A. Thus, God is the ultimate fact, and vice versa. I want to address here, you asserted unicorns. A unicorn would be in a different category to God. Thus, we can't be ignorant on God's attributes in actuality. However, we can be ignorant to the existence of unicorns because God could be creating unicorns as we are speaking right now. Lastly, your question is, to paraphrase, is that what I am saying regarding God's existence and Jesus to be God? Yes, I am definitely saying God exists and that he is God, Jesus. I yield.
Okay, so I've already suggested ways of presenting your argument for God because we are here because there was a creation. Because there was a creation, there must have been a creator, and that creator must have been God. But you are saying that Jesus is God, and please explain why you do. Because obviously Jews and Muslims don't agree with you, but they do. They believe in God. They just don't believe that Jesus is God, and they think Christianity is idolatry.
Question recently is an informal fallacy because, again, you have to agree to P1 before we move on to P2. I yield.
I don't understand what you mean. Okay, I understand that you're saying God exists, and then and the next thing you're saying is and Jesus is God, or that you believe in the Trinity. Is that what you're saying?
I've already stated this. I know, to paraphrase, I know Jesus to be God.
Okay, how do you know
So
this?
your question,
How do you know Jesus is
your
God?
question, your question is an informal fallacy to a semi-formal debate because you have to agree to my P1 before we move on to my P2. I
I've
yield.
already said that I formulated your argument better than you have yourself about because we are here because there must have been a creation. If there was a creation, there must have been a creator, and that creator was the Abrahamic God. And you agreed that this was sound reasoning. Yes. And your next
Can
step
you
is
shorten your?
okay.
Can you?
I have made the argument for you because there was a creation, there must have been a creator, and that creator was the Abrahamic God. I have abridged, summarized your argument in these terms. Do you agree?
I agree that you have paraphrased / still demand my argument. So
Thank you. And your next
I'm
step
assuming.
and your next step is just to prove that Jesus is God. Yes? Is that what is that what you're talking about by premise two?
Yes, when you have agreed verbally to my pre-biblical premise 1. So can you verbally agree to my pre-biblical premise 1?
Your what you mean the argument that I've formed for you, that I've steel manned for you? Of course I agree with my
Yeah,
own
not just.
argument.
Yeah, so that means you agree with my argument.
How so?
Because you gave a tautology for my pre-biblical premise 1, which you said you agree to, thus you agree to my pre-biblical premise 1.
Okay, so your pre-biblical premise one is that God exists. Can, is that an acceptable way of shortenizing, um, summarizing your pre-biblical premise one? That God
Yes,
exists. That's your argument. Yes?
that's my pre-biblical premise 1.
Thank you.
The argument.
Okay, so I agree that these are sound arguments. If there was a creation, there must have been a creator, and that creator was the Abrahamic God. And the next, and what is pre-biblical premise two?
Your question's a possible informal fallacy
What is an informal
because
fallacy?
you. Informal fallacy in regards to a debate is can be seen as a way to misdirect the topic.
It's
So
seeking
it's
clarification. It's a point of information. This is what formal debates talk about. Clarify the point you are making, explain the information that you are relying. Point of information. So I'm not
I'll
trying to
read out the
derail you.
Wiki.
I'm seeking clarification so I know whether I agree with you or not. Because I don't know. Maybe I don't understand your argument. So I'm asking you if I correctly understand you when you say X. So you are saying that the Trinity is true. Is that what you're saying? And then I can decide whether I agree with you or not. Isn't that fair enough?
I'll just type out your question. There are 2 points I want to address. You said before I answer your question. Firstly, regarding my pre-biblical premise 1, it is categorically true, not a matter of hypothetically, as I believe you said that you would have to agree to P1 before P2. However, you put forward a conditional statement to possibly cloud or dodge my request of agreeing to my pre-biblical premise 1 verbally. Secondly, I'll just read out the definition of an informal fallacy off Wikipedia. Informal fallacies are a type of incorrect argument in natural language. The source of the error is not just due to the form of the argument, as is the case for formal fallacies, but can also be due to the content and context. So
Okay.
to give my interpretation,
Okay. Can you give an example of an informal fallacy? I was only asking a question, so how can a question be an informal fallacy? Unless you're saying it's wrong to ask questions. To seek clarification.
just type out your question.
Okay. Can you give an example of an informal fallacy?
I'll just type that out. Can I give you an example of an informal
You're
fallacy?
using ChatGPT, aren't you? I can tell.
That's a claim. So there's 1 point, 2 questions. There's 2 points and 2 questions I want to address with you. So if I would appreciate it if I could maybe get around 2 minutes for these. I will set a timer. 3, 2, 1. Firstly, to wrap up the definition of an informal fallacy that you're possibly dodging. An informal fallacy in context to this debate, which would complement your request of giving an example of an informal fallacy. So an example of an informal fallacy would be your informal fallacies of asking questions to possibly switch the subject from debating a God existing to which God exists.
No, I've already
And
agreed.
I
I said
have
if
re-emphasized.
I'm trying to clarify your premise too. You are saying what are you saying again on premise two? Just asking that, and you accuse me of being guilty of informal fallacy. I'm asking you to clarify your premise too.
Just type out these points. So 1, 2. Please get around 2 minutes. I'll set a timer. 3, 2, 1. So just to wrap up the example of your informal fallacy in regards to this debate is that when you ask questions about Jesus, the New Testament, etc., you are switching the subject from my pre-biblical premise 1 to my
But I've
biblical
agreed
premise
to it
2
already.
when
I'm just trying to find out what you mean about premise 2. I've already agreed. I've steel manned your premise 1, and I'm asking you what you mean about your premise 2. I'm asking you what you mean, because I don't understand. I'm not sure if you are saying that the Trinity is true. Is that what you're saying?
okay, there's still 4 questions I want to address here. So I have taken a mental note that we are on my biblical premise 2.
Thank you.
So you asked me, am I saying the Trinity is true? That question is an informal fallacy because you have to agree to the Bible being true, more precisely the Old Testament, before we talk about the New Testament, without
I agree
resorting
that
to
the Old
extra
Testament
biblical.
exists.
You have to agree the Old Testament is true.
I wouldn't know. But I'm saying it is. Are we just talking about the Torah? Because it's only the first 5 books of the Old Testament that is supposed to be from God. The rest is from mortal and fallible men. Do you make the distinction between what God wrote? Well, not wrote, but revealed or whatever. But anyway, the first 5 books: Genesis, Exodus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, and Leviticus, they're supposed to be from God. This is what Jews believe. And the rest of it is, well, by humans, by Jews.
There's 3 questions. I'm still trying to wrap up these 3 questions. And there's the next point. So I'll just set a timer, or hopefully I can get around 2 minutes. 3, 2, 1. So you asked, to paraphrase, can a question be an informal fallacy? Answer to that is yes, because a question can allude to you switching the subject. So just to
I'm only
reemphasize a
asking you
question.
about your premise too. I'm not changing the subject to, I don't know, unicorns or fairies. I'm asking you about what you want to talk about, which is premise 2 about the Trinity. And I'm asking you if you think it's true. And then obviously, when you say you do or you don't, I will ask the next question. So you seem to be saying it's true. Is that right? It's not a trap. I'm just trying to, work out what you're trying to say and helping you express it, because you have a very convoluted way of expressing things that puzzle people.
Just type out your claim. Don't plan on puzzling people.
Look, I'm sure I'm not the first
So
person
just
to
to
tell you that people, they don't know what you're talking about.
There's a lot of claims here that I want to address. So there's 2 questions and 3 points I want to wrap up here. So I think you are dodging when you interrupt. So if I can, I'm hoping to get around 2 minutes to address my notes here. So 3, 2, 1. So to paraphrase, you asked, what am I saying regarding P2? So to tautologically justify my biblical P2, the God of the Bible exists because he has revealed himself to be the creator of this universe, and he has made this known as a somewhat signature within Genesis 1:1. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. So we know Genesis 1:1 to be true even before reading it. And then to address the next point here, well, you asked to paraphrase to clarify premise 2, which I just recently did. Next point, the Old Testament would be the Torah, from my understanding. Next point, you have to agree to the truthfulness of the Old Testament before we talk about the New Testament regarding the Trinity of Jesus, the Holy Spirit, and God without resorting to extra biblical material. For
I'm not
example, better
resorting.
cheat.
I'm not resorting to anything. I just want to understand your position. So we're kind of agreed. I've steel manned your argument. You know, if there was a creation, there must have been a creator than that, and it was the Abrahamic God. And now you're saying the Trinity is true, and I'm just asking you if that is my a correct understanding of your premise too. I'm not trying to derail the conversation. I'm asking you for clarification.
Firstly, my pre-biblical premise 1 is categorically true, not a matter of if it's true. So from my understanding, you have agreed
Yes, I have
directly to my
agreed.
pre-biblical.
I have agreed that it is true that if there was a creation, there must have been a creator. I agree.
That's possibly being deceitful here, because my pre-biblical premise 1 is directly true, not a matter of if it's true. So I'm assuming here you have directly agreed to my pre-biblical premise 1. Correct?
I'm sorry. Could I just I have a call. Just hold on. I'm going to meet. Right. That seems to have stopped. Carry on.
So just to re-emphasize this point, so I'm assuming here that you have directly agreed to my pre-biblical premise 1.
Yes. Please assume that that if, if there was a creation, it must have been created by the Abrahamic God. Okay, can we move on now to your premise too? Because it would be a shame not to understand what your premise too is.
I still need clarification, because again, I'm stating that my pre-biblical premise 1 is true. And I'm assuming you have directly agreed to that, not a matter of if it's true.
Okay, I'm
So
saying
can you?
I'm looking at the message of biblical premise too, biblical epistemology. So Genesis 1 to Revelation 22:21 clearly presupposes premise 1. And so you are saying that the New Testament or the writers of the New Testament clearly believe in God. Yes?
Your question's possibly an informal fallacy to a semi-formal debate, because we have, from my understanding, not properly concluded my pre-biblical premise 1. So if you can repeat the following word for word: I agree God exists.
No, because I'm agnostic. Because what you seem to be doing is saying, in order to continue with this discussion, I have to agree with everything you say. That's what you're doing, isn't it? How can
Not
anyone with
necessarily.
their own mind agree to this kind of discourse? I'm
Not
only inviting you.
necessarily. Am I?
I'm only inviting you to explain your position so people can
I
see.
have justified. Are you finished?
You started speaking, so carry on.
So I would appreciate around 1 minute, or be maybe less than a minute. 3, 2, 1. So, for the sake of this debate, if you want to debate my biblical premise 2, then can you say word for word the private message I'm about to send you? Agree God exists.
Now, I can't agree that God exists because I'm agnostic. You haven't convinced me because just by browbeating me, you're not going to convince me. And I'm doing you the favor of inviting you to explain your arguments. And you're saying premise two, which I've just read out, which nobody will remember because you say it in such a convoluted way, is that the New Testament refers to the Old Testament, which anybody can agree. Obviously, the New Testament would refer to the Old Testament in the same way that the Quran refers to the Bible. And obviously, the Quran says that it is the final message to mankind. And incidentally, the the English translation for Allah is the God. Did you know that?
What was your most recent question? I'll just type it out.
Okay. My statement is that Allah means the God. And this refers to whatever you said about the definite article the. I think we agreed that if you said a God, it would imply that there are more than one God. But if you say the God, it means there's only one.
Are you finished?
Yes?
Okay, there's 5 points here that I want to address. So if I can get around 2 minutes, that would be much appreciated.
Go
3,
on.
2, 1. Firstly, again, if you want to talk about my biblical premise 2, then verbally agree to my pre-biblical premise 1. Secondly, agnosticism is meta-ontotheologically contradictory because it presupposes God's attributes. So
Sorry,
we
not
have to be
Gnosticism.
revealed.
I don't know what that means. What you said about Gnosticism.
Agnosticism,
Agnosticism. Okay. Well, that's my position. So you're
just to
basically expecting me to
summarize,
agree with you when you haven't refuted any of my arguments and you just, steamroll on saying if you want to talk to me, you have to agree to everything I say. I mean, can
as
you understand
6
how it doesn't
points.
work?
What's your last question?
I'm saying it doesn't work if you just insist on people agreeing with you before you even explain your arguments. You have to first explain your arguments and make them, and then let the person decide whether they agree or not. And if they don't, they will challenge your argument and obviously try to rebut it or refute it. That is how it goes. You don't just say, I say this, and in order to carry on this discussion, you have to agree with me.
Firstly, there are 7 points I want to address here. So if I can get around 2 minutes, that would be much appreciated. Firstly, just to wrap up the refutation of agnosticism, in order to be talking about God, we have to be revealed God's attributes. As out of love has revealed himself to everybody. So because I know God exists, that must mean you know God exists, depending on your level of possible suppression. The second point, P2 is not convoluted. The third point, the Quran within its first sentence doesn't directly reference the Bible, thus it cannot be in addition to the Bible. The fourth point, if you're wanting to debate the name of God, more precisely Allah, then you have to agree directly to my P1. The fifth point, from my understanding, you haven't provided a syllogism or a valid and sound argument fallaciously. The sixth point, I have explained my arguments. Lastly, this is a debate, like it or not. You may try to cloud the seriousness of this debate by saying it's a discussion / conversation, but by definition, any disagreement is a debate, and this is supported within www.dictionary.com as a verb debate, to argue or discuss a question, issue, or the like. However, this is, I would say, a semi-formal debate. I yield.
What is this debate about?
Well, I assume you already know that.
No, I don't. That's why
as-
I'm asking you what you mean. That's why I keep asking, and you say, "Oh, this is an informal fallacy." And I ask you, give an example of an informal fallacy, and you say it's just questions I don't like.
This debate / topic, as I assume you already knew, is regarding ontological Judeo Christianity, indirectly and directly. Because we are YouTubers, we were, I believe, you are human. We were setting some conditions down that towards the end, to paraphrase, of this debate, you can decide on a video title. It doesn't have to be right away. It can be in a day or two. So you're
I can't
possibly
change
being
it.
deceitful here.
I can't change the title of this stream after it is complete because of my restrictions. I can't change it after. I can't change it after it is complete. But it seems to me that you are saying that Christianity is true. That is really what you're trying to prove, isn't it?
Hang on, I'll just type out your question. Am I proving ontological Judeo Christianity? Your question?
Yes, you are basically, your objective is to prove that Christianity is true. That's what you're doing, isn't it?
Your question's an informal fallacy to a semi-formal debate.
Okay. So you're not
There
going to
is
clarify for me if that's what you're trying to do. You're not even telling me the topic of the
of again, I'm assuming you know the topic of the debate,
No,
as
I
I
don't. You
just
can see from the
recently
beginning I was asking you and you wouldn't tell me. So I'm asking you if that is the point of this debate. Because when you say Judeo Christian, what are ontological Judeo Christianity, whatever you say, it just means Christianity, and Christianity is a Trinity, isn't it? Yes. Okay. Is ontological Judeo Christianity true? So you've got two superfluous words, ontological and Judeo. You don't need to say ontological Judeo. You know, all you're trying to do is prove that Christianity is true. And you are the one who you introduce these two words, i.e., ontological Judeo, to cloud the waters.
you're responding with informal statements because we have
Accusation. I
yet
am
to
accusing
properly.
you of muddying the waters by introducing unnecessary words like, is ultimated Judeo Christianity true? In order to make me think it's a new
You're
subject or a different subject, but it's the same. You're just saying the Trinity is true. And if that is the case, I'm asking you to prove that it is. So go carry on. Prove that the Trinity is true.
I believe you're informally responding to me because we have yet to properly conclude my pre-biblical premise one.
We've
So you
already
have
agreed
to
that if there was a creation, God exists. I've already agreed to that. So now the next step is you're saying that if the Old Testament is true, the New Testament is true too, or something like that. Yes? Is that what you're saying?
Your question to me is an informal fallacy as you're possibly metaphysically running from your recent claim. To address said claim is that my pre-biblical premise one is not a conditional / hypothetical statement. It's categorically true. So if you want to debate my biblical premise two, then you have to verbally agree to my pre-biblical premise one.
Okay,
So if you
let's
can
just
say,
pretend I'm a believing Jew or Muslim because believing Jews and Muslims believe in the Abrahamic God, right? They just differ on which scripture to follow. So, believing Jews would say we prefer the Old Testament or the Tanakh, as they call it, and believing Muslims will say we prefer the Quran because we think it's the final message from God to humanity, and it is therefore better than the Old Testament. So that is the disagreement between Jews and Muslims on theology. So why don't you pretend that I'm a believing Jew or a believing Muslim? And then and that I believe in God, because you're basically saying, oh, I can't be an agnostic to carry on this discussion with you, but I'm interested to see how you're going to prove that God is Jesus, or that the Trinity is true, or that Christianity is better than Judaism or Islam, because that is basically what you're trying to do, isn't it?
what's your most recent question? I'll just type it
I
out.
am asking you to just get on with it, because you're basically saying Christianity is better than Judaism or Islam. That's what you're saying, isn't it? That's why you're a Christian. That's why you're going around proving or trying to prove that Christianity is better than Judaism or Islam. And I'm saying, get on with it, prove it. Prove that Christianity or the Trinity is true.
There's 4 points I want to address here. So if I can get around 2 minutes to address them all, maybe 1 minute or less.
Go on.
So firstly, you have to know my pre-biblical premise 1 before we debate my biblical premise 2, the matter of fact, not belief. Secondly, you asked, to paraphrase, why don't I pretend you're a Muslim? Again, that's an informal fallacy question because you're possibly dodging my pre-biblical premise
No, I'm
1 by
just trying
shifting
to
to my
get you
biblical premise.
I'm just trying to get you to make your arguments. Because I know that you're saying Christianity is better than Judaism and Islam, and I'm saying I'm all ears, please tell me. And you refused. And oh yeah, you introduce all kinds of conditions like I'm not going to talk to you anymore unless you agree with me that God exists. And I'm saying, okay, just pretend that I believe that God exists. Prove that Christianity is better than Judaism and Islam. I'm waiting.
There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 points I want to address. So if I can get around maybe 1 minute to address these points. 3, 2, 1. So to paraphrase, you asked, why don't I pretend you're a Muslim? That question is formal for the aforestated reasons. Secondly, I disproved agnosticism, and you have yet, from my understanding, provide a fallacious counter argument. Thirdly, Judeo Christianity is true semantically over Christianity. So that statement of yours is a possible rabbit trail, again, to possibly dodge P1. Again, you have to agree to P1 before we move on to P2. Lastly, paraphrase, I didn't say I won't talk to you if you don't agree to P1. I'm just pointing out that this is a debate and you are setting up informal fallacies. I
Okay,
yield.
thank you. I'm saying that in order for there to be even a debate, I have to understand what your argument is. And I still don't understand what it is, other than that you are saying, as a Christian, that Christianity is the best religion of all. It is better than Judaism and it is better than Islam. And Christianity is true because the Trinity is true, and the Trinity is true because Jesus is God.
There's 3 points here. So I may, hopefully, I can get around 1 minute. Firstly, again, if you want to debate about my biblical premise 2, then have to verbally agree to my pre-biblical premise 1. Secondly, I'm a Judeo Christian.
What's the difference
Label
between a
myself as,
Judeo-Christian and a Christian?
just type this out. What's the difference in a Judeo Christian and a Christian? So just to wrap up these points that you're possibly dodging, to re-emphasize, I'm a Judeo Christian, not just a Christian, for multiple reasons, which I can go into
Please do, because
later.
I don't understand why you use
However,
these weird words.
that's a claim. So my identity of being a Judeo Christian is in regards to my P2. You have to agree to P1. Thirdly, Judeo Christianity is true because of my biblical premise 2. So it's my categorical syllogism is true definitionally. So as I state many times, everybody would directly or vaguely know Judeo Christianity ontologically to be true. Lastly, You asked, what's the difference between a Judeo Christian and a Christian? Questions an informal fallacy to a semi formal debate because we first have to agree to my P1 before P2. Otherwise, you're possibly dodging, I yield.
I'm not dodging anything. I just want you to make your argument. So I am helping you by saying what you're trying to do is to prove that the Trinity is true. And is that right? Is that what you're trying to do? Because you quote what Revelations, right? You're going to be relying on what was it? Revelation 22:21. That's what you're saying, because you're saying the Trinity is true because Revelation 22:21. Can we read Revelation 22:21?
Your question is an informal fallacy to a semi-formal debate because you're possibly dodging my pre-biblical
No, I'm
premise
just trying to
one by
understand
switching.
I just want to know what your argument is. Okay, so I'm going to look up what Revelation 22:21 is, because you won't tell us, because you won't get there at this rate. So it begins.
Again, this is an informal
says,
fallacy you're setting up.
The grace of the Lord Jesus be with God's people. Amen. That's all it says. That's what 22:21 says.
Your informal response is a possible attempt to dodge metaphysically my P1.
I'm trying to ascertain the evidence that you are using to support that the Trinity is true. That's all I'm trying to do. And you're saying Revelation 22:21 is that verse that you are relying on to support your argument that the Trinity is true.
Your response is an informal fallacy because Trinitarianism theologically is in regards to my biblical premise 2. We have yet to properly conclude my pre-biblical premise 1, so you're possibly metaphysically dodging seriousness of this debate regarding my pre-biblical premise 1. So I think you're dodging my request. You have to agree explicitly my satisfaction before we move on to my biblical premise 2. Can you say?
I know you're going to rely on Genesis 1:1, and because this was the verse that you relied on the last time we spoke, and it says, "In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth," and you're saying this is enough for you to decide that it is true. And then you are saying, because Revelations 22:21 says, "The grace of the Lord Jesus be with God's people, amen," this means that the Trinity is true.
For the sake of this debate, I require clarification. So can you say word for word, following with "I agree," my pre-biblical premise 1? Just to summarize my request.
No, I am not going to say that I am not an agnostic. So to agree with you that God exists means that I'm no longer an agnostic, but I'm happy to meet you halfway and say, if there was a creation, there must have been a creator, and that creator was the Abrahamic God. And if that's not enough for you, you can pretend that I am a believing Jew or a believing Muslim, meaning that I would believe in the Abrahamic God. And so, Jews and Muslims believe in the Abrahamic God, at least the ones who really believe in that he exists, and not just people whose parents happen to be Jews or Muslims, and they have to pretend for the sake of their parents and their family and their community. And you are just saying that Christianity is better than Islam and Judaism, and I'm inviting you to explain how. And you're going to say,
I
because
think
the
you're
Trinity is
still
true. And I'm saying, how is it true? And you're saying, because Revelations 22:21. But it doesn't say anything about the Trinity.
so for the sake of this debate, I require clarification. So can you verbally agree to my pre-biblical premise one?
I can affirm that I believe in this reasoning. If there was a creation, there must have been a creator, and that creator was God. And I think Jews, Christians, and Muslims are agreed that there must have been a creator. It's just that Jews and Muslims don't agree that Jesus is any part of God because he was a man, and a man is part of God's creation. And to worship a man is idolatry, which God has forbidden in his commandments. So I should require you to prove that worshipping a man is not idolatry. Do you worship a man called Jesus?
Your question is an informal fallacy because we have yet to properly conclude my pre-biblical premise one. So as I've stated, it may have been with you or somebody else, everyone would directly or indirectly know that ontological Judeo-Christianity is true. So can you verbally agree to my pre-biblical premise one, so it can be on record to prevent you from backtracking from P2 to P1, flip-flopping
I'm
from
not flip
P1 to
flopping.
P2?
I am saying that if there was a creation, there must have been a creator, and that creator must have been God. But you, I think, are the one backtracking because you don't want to be put in the position of having to prove that the Trinity is true. Because Revelation 22:21 does not say that the Trinity is true. It doesn't even refer to it at all. It just says, the grace of the Lord Jesus be with God's people. Amen. So I don't see how that proves the Trinity is true. Where did you get the Trinity from? What is the
Let's type out
authority
your
for the
question.
proposition of the Trinity?
I've just typed out your question. There's one claim I want to address first. Firstly, yes, to address your claim, I'm not backtracking because I can't backtrack because I'm on P1 / my
I
pre-biblical
want to
premise
move to
one.
P2.
You have to agree verbally to
No,
P1
no, this is
first.
not how it works. It's not. Oh, if you won't agree to this premise, I'm not going to tell you the rest of my argument. I want you to tell us your argument because that's the whole point of it. If I want to make a claim, I would have to make a claim. It's like, well, I have something to argue with you about, and if you don't agree with the first part of my claim, I'm not going to tell you the second part of it. And anyway, I know what you're trying to do, which is to say that that Christianity is better than Judaism or Islam, and I'm saying, please do so, and you're now refusing. So you're the one backtracking.
It's a claim. It's a claim. So there's one question and point I want to address here, and hopefully around 60 seconds. 3, 2, 1. You asked to paraphrase, where did I get the Trinity from? Again, that can be an informal question because your question requires clarification regarding its ontology and epistemological inferences. Lastly, again, you have to verbally agree to P1 before moving on to P2, so it's on record to prevent you from backtracking and flip-flopping from premises syllogistically.
I'm not.
Yield?
You have no answer to where you got the idea of the Trinity from, have you? Somehow or other, you as a Christian have been told about the Trinity, and you say, okay, I'm going to believe in the Trinity because I'm Christian and my parents are Christian, or, you don't like Judaism and you don't like Islam. Okay, so I'm asking you, where do you get the idea of the Trinity from? Where did Christians get the idea of the Trinity from? You could ask your priest
Your
if you don't
question,
know.
again, your question requires clarification. If you're referencing the ontological trinity, which from my understanding can be tautologous with the economic trinity,
I don't
otherwise
know
you
what that
could be
means. Economic Trinity?
on.
What is that?
Just to read off the website here, just briefly got questions.org. What is the economic trinity? The term economic trinity focuses on what God does. The logical trinity focus on who God is. Taken together, these two terms presents the, then there's an ellipsis of 3 dots. Send you a link to this, and then I'll address my note here. So just briefly, I think I'll conclude my response by saying that you have to verbally agree to my pre-biblical premise 1 before we metaphysically move to my biblical premise 2.
Why can't you answer my question? Where do you get the idea of
What's
the
your question?
where do Christians get the idea of the Trinity? It's not in the New
As I've
Testament, is
stated,
it?
your question is an informal fallacy because, from my understanding, you referenced the New Testament without, from my understanding, verbally agreeing to my P1 regarding the Old Testament, hence why I put forward a clarifying question in regards to perspective of the Trinity you are questioning about, as I stated, the ontological Trinity and the economic Trinity. So are you questioning about directly Judeo Christianity or the Trinity before being exposed to the Bible?
No, I'm asking you. Christians are supposed to believe in the Trinity, and you yourself earlier on mentioned the Trinity. So you must believe it's true, don't you?
First, I know the Trinity to be true, but your question requires clarification. So are
I'm
you
asking you
questioning
why
about
you think it's true. why are you beating about the bush? Why don't you just answer it? I think the Trinity is true because, and then the evidence of why the Trinity is true is, I don't know, you're supposed to quote chapter and verse, and if the chapter and verse you quote is Revelation 22:1, I'm saying it doesn't prove the thing you think it claims to prove.
I think you're dodging metaphysically my question, my clarifying question. So to restate ontologically my clarifying question, which version of the Trinity are you questioning about?
Well, okay, I'm asking, okay, why don't you define it? Please define the Trinity.
Your question requires clarification. So
Yes,
which
I'm
version
asking you
of the
for
Trinity?
clarification.
I'm asking you for clarification. So which version of the Trinity do you want me to
The one
clarify?
that Christians are supposed to believe in. The Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, that thing. The doctrine of the Trinity. You must have heard of it if you're Christian.
Firstly, I'm a Judeo Christian. Secondly, your question is an informal fallacy because we have yet to properly conclude my pre biblical premise one. So you have to verbally agree on record to my pre biblical premise one before we metaphysically move on to my biblical premise two.
Okay, but I didn't even get the answer when I asked you what was the difference between a Christian and a Judeo Christian. What is the difference?
Your question is an informal fallacy as you're possibly dodging my clarifying question. So,
No,
and
I'm asking
you're
you what
still
you're basically not answering any of my questions unless I agree with you that God exists. Is this your tactic all the time? In order to talk to me, you have to agree with me that God exists. When actually, the whole point of the argument is whether God exists. But you think you're being clever by insisting that anybody who debates with you has to agree that God exists.
there are 2 points here. Firstly, I have answered all of your questions in this debate.
Well, I don't remember your
Yet
answer about what the difference is between a Christian and a Judeo Christian.
I'll just again, firstly, I sent you a private message regarding the definition of answer. I have in this debate answered all of your questions, whether you may just not like the answer. Secondly, have to verbally agree to P1 before debating P2. Whenever you ask a question in regards to New Testament or to add anything other than Genesis 1:1, you have to agree with the Bible being true because Genesis 1:1 complements epistemic / evidential universalism as a metaphysical basis for our epistemology because my syllogistic P2 presupposes my syllogistic P1
Right. So
to agree.
the link, the Got Questions link you gave me, that there is an essay there, right? There is an essay about the Trinity, and you can't seem to explain the Trinity in a sentence, and you expect me to agree to it when you know that even Christians don't agree about the Trinity because they've got all kinds of Trinity, talking about the economic Trinity. I haven't even heard of it. So this is a new thing I've learned from you today. Okay, so maybe you want to take it easy while I read the article that you sent me from Got Questions. Would you like that? Shall I read it?
Yeah, you can I mean, you're possibly dodging this debate if you wants to read it, because that link is in regards to my syllogistic P2. We are on my syllogistic P1, which you have yet to properly conclude to it by verbally agreeing to it word for word.
Okay, even if I
You
did say, even if I agree that God exists, it doesn't mean that the Trinity is true. Because that's why I gave you the scenario of me being a Jew or a Muslim who believes in God. And I'm saying, well, the Jew and Muslim wouldn't agree with you that the Trinity is true. And so your task is to prove that the Trinity is true and truer than what Jews and Muslims believe in. And you gave me this link from Got Questions to an essay about the Trinity, and it's very complicated, and you can't explain it, which is why you gave me the link. And for some reason, you're still insisting that Christianity is a religion that's more robust than Islam or Judaism. And I think you're in trouble there, which is why you keep insisting that I agree with you that God exists. But even if I were to do that as a Jew or a Muslim, you would be in difficulties proving that the Trinity is true.
I think you're metaphysically gish galloping with claims to avoid the seriousness of this debate. So, firstly, to address my notes here, we can know the Trinity to be true even before reading the Bible. Hence why I've asked you a clarifying question multiple times. Which version of the Trinity are you questioning about?
How many versions
Because,
are
for
there?
emphasis,
How many versions are there?
I don't know exactly
You
for the
don't
sake of this
know.
debate.
Okay, you don't
Don't
know.
know exactly.
Okay,
There are
roughly how
there are
many
more.
trinities are there?
I'm saying it could be multiple versions,
Okay,
because you would have the.
so you're saying that there's something called the economic trinity, which I've never heard of until today. So, okay, I'm just going to read out this article while you can relax and maybe, learn a few things from this essay. The Trinity is one of the most complex concepts in the Bible and
How
nigh
much are you going to read out of it?
inexplicable. Right, right, okay. So the first sentence of this essay helps me. So it's saying, God knows what the
How
Trinity is
much? How much of it are you going to read out?
until you stop me. Or maybe just
Or
the first
you can
paragraph, which
have.
is actually very helpful to me. So you're going to stop me now? You're going to stop me from reading the first paragraph of the link that you yourself sent me because it doesn't suit you?
You can read it. I will try to follow along with you, so
Thank
you
you.
can read it.
The Trinity is one of the most complex concepts in the Bible and nigh inexplicable. We know that God is one from Deuteronomy 6:4, and we know that he exists in three persons from Matthew 28:19. It is a paradox, but that is the reality of who God is. Theologians early on in Christian history developed terms and definitions that pass out various aspects of the Trinity. The term economic Trinity is one of these. The term economic in economic trinity comes from the Greek word oikonomia, which means literally household
This is the
management.
second paragraph.
Yes.
Thought you were just reading the first paragraph.
Well, I kind of want to know what the economic trinity is because I'd never heard of it until you talked about it. So can we get
Well,
to
I can give my version. I can give you my definition of it. However, I think you're still dodging my syllogistic P1. Hence why I asked the clarifying question, which version of the Trinity are we talking about? Because there could, in regards to this debate, there would be the version of the Trinity even before being introduced to biblicalism. The second version of the Trinity in this debate would obviously be directly the Judeo Christian version. So the economic Trinity is in regards, from my understanding, the actions of the Trinity. So that can be, and I'll just do a quick Google search here. That the economic Trinity can be referred to the ontic of the Trinity on what God does. So that the economic Trinity can be used with directly within my biblical premise 2. The ontological Trinity would comport with my pre-biblical premise 1, as humans ontologically would know, even before reading the Bible, about the ontological Trinity. So when I reference the different versions of the Trinity, that's in regards for this debate. More precisely, which premise is your question about the Trinity presupposing? So when you're asking about the Trinity, referencing the New Testament, possibly dodging metaphysically my pre-biblical premise 1 regarding the ontological Trinity. Just to summarize this debate, there is a distinction between the ontological Trinity and the Judeo Christian Trinity. The ontological Trinity complements my syllogistic P1. Judeo Christian Trinity complements my syllogistic P2. I yield.
What is the difference between the economic trinity and the ontological trinity again?
As I've stated earlier, I will just read out definition I've got here from gotquestions.org. Term economic trinity focuses on what God does. Ontological trinity focuses on who God is. Taken together, these two terms present the, and then there's an ellipsis of 3 dots. So that's, I would say, the second time I've read that out. And you did just read out my understanding, the first paragraph of link I sent you. What is the economic trinity? So you can, for the sake of this debate, verbally agree to my syllogistic P1 before we metaphysically move to my syllogistic P2.
No, I'm not
Yield.
going to because you're clearly talking nonsense. I'm not going to agree to anything you say because you can't explain the Trinity. And nobody can. It even says in the first paragraph of the link you just sent me from Got Questions, it's inexplicable. And also you said that the ontological Trinity is about the nature of God, and obviously Christians think he's a Trinity, but Jews and Muslims think he is a unity. Jews and Muslims agree on the oneness of God.
You done?
Yes. So we have to
2
ask
point.
again where you got the idea of the Trinity from, and you're refusing to answer. Is it because you don't know? The God Questions doesn't mention where Christians got the big idea of the Trinity from.
There's 2 points in a question I want to address here. Firstly, I did explain the difference between the economic trinity and ontological trinity for debate
Okay,
reasons.
so I mean, okay, I've heard of the monarchical Trinity or the equality Trinity, and and basically the classical version of the Trinity is that Jesus is co-equal, co-eternal, and co-substantial to the Abrahamic God and the Holy Spirit. That is what the classical understanding of the Trinity is: co-equal, co-eternal, and co-substantial. So I am asking you where Christians got the idea of the Trinity from. Do you know?
I've just typed out your question. There's 1, 2, 3 points and 2 questions I want to address here. Firstly, as I've stated many times, you have to verbally agree to my
I'm not
syllogistic
going to
P1
because you're talking
before.
nonsense. So stop backtracking and playing for time. Just find out for us. I'll give you all the time that you need. Where Christians got the idea of the Trinity from. It's not in the New Testament. And to even
Is
give you
I've
a
got
bit
your
more time,
question.
I'm just going to step away for a minute to get my Bible.
Will you be able to hear me still? Can you still hear me? For the listeners, there's 1, 2, 3 points and 2 questions I want to address here. So I'm assuming my interlocutor will be back in less than 60 seconds. For them to get their Bible. You know when you're back, obviously. You back?
I'm back, yes. So, did you look up while I was away where Christians got their big idea of the Trinity from?
I have typed out your question, which I will address after I address your informal fallacies. So, firstly, again, you have to verbally agree to my syllogistic P1 before moving on to my syllogistic P2. Metaphysically, second point here, where did I get the Trinity from? Again, if you're referencing the ontological Trinity, then we would all get that from divine revelation. If you're referencing the Judeo Christian Trinity, then you're possibly setting up an informal fallacy because you have to agree verbally to my syllogistic P1 for metaphysically moving to my syllogistic P2. Third point here, modalistic monarchianism is my Trinitarianism position, which we all know before reading the Bible as God has multiple personalities contained within one aseity.
What?
So that modalistic monarchianism complements ontological trinity. Next point here.
Sorry, I didn't
Or red
understand. Can you
herring.
write it down? I mean, can you? What did you just say? Maybe you can send it about
To paraphrase, modalistic monarchianism complements the ontological trinity.
I don't know what that means.
I'll just type it out. You don't. I'll just wrap up these points that you're possibly dodging. Then I'll address the latest points in regards to your possible ignorance about modalistic monarchianism in conjunction with Trinitarianism. To address your red herring ploy, as I've already addressed this before, Jesus is not co-eternal.
Well, that's
Because
what
a
my
son,
understanding of the Trinity is. He's equal to God. That's a Wikipedia definition of the Trinity. You have to believe that Jesus is co-equal to the Father and the Holy Spirit. Holy Father and Holy Spirit. And Jesus is the Holy Son, born of a virgin.
you send me a link to that, and then I will give my
Sure.
refutation to you. As Wikipedia, as I've heard, is not always the most reliable source.
Right, so I'm going to put it in the private chat. Is that all right? Private chat?
Yes, if you can private message me.
No, in the private chat. Oh, okay. Oh, you probably can't see it. All right. Okay.
In the private.
Yeah. I was thinking of
private messaging
StreamYard.
me.
Where is the thing? There you go.
I'll just read this to myself quickly. Okay, well, that source is... That Wikipedia source is false.
Why?
And it's pretty self-explanatory within the diagram it shows.
The diagram doesn't say anything. It's too complicated.
There's the upside down triangle with 4 circles and lines connecting ontologies of the aspects of the Trinity to God. However, it is a contradiction because it's saying here the Father is not the Son. However, the Father is God. The Son is God. So that is a contradiction. And then the same applies to the Holy Spirit. It states here, the Father is not the Holy Spirit. Son is not the Holy Spirit. both the Father and the Son is God. So the Wikipedia definition here is contradictory, hence why I reference modalistic monarchianism, as that puts the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit to be God. So where it states is not within this Wikipedia version, in the modalistic monarchianism version it states is. So just to go back to my notepad here, where did the Christians get the idea of the Trinity? That question is an informal fallacy, as you're possibly metaphysically dodging my syllogistic P1. The next point here, I'm not playing for time. I've got all day to do this. So I'm assuming that you have all day too to do this.
Yeah, well, tell me where Christians got the big idea of the Trinity from. So if you don't accept the Wikipedia version, feel free to, maybe you can phone a friend or something if you don't know.
There's one point in a question I want to address. I think it's the same question. Actually, wanted to paraphrase for me to clarify modalistic monarchianism. So I think I achieved that when I presented the contradictory statements of the Wikipedia version in comparison to my modalistic monarchianism version. The question here, which I have copied and pasted, so I'm addressing the exact same question. Where did Christians get the idea of the Trinity? Again, this is an informal fallacy because you have yet to properly conclude my syllogistic P1. So your question is syllogistically regarding my P2. Yield?
I am asking you to prove the Trinity. You're saying it's true, so I'm asking you, where did you get the idea from? You can start looking for it now if you want. I mean, maybe you don't know, maybe you can call a priest or something.
The question is loaded because the ontological trinity is not just conceptual. The ontological trinity is concrete. So we know of the ontological trinity even before reading the Bible, as God has revealed himself to be the ultimate creator of creation, as he grounds acts, more precisely ontological polarities of God and not God. But God definitionally is mindful ultimacy, as only a mind can be defaultly absolute because free will is not subject to parts. If you fallaciously reject God's free will, then you have to fallaciously assert a connatural infinite regression of multiple causal affairs, which is fallacious because God secures all contingencies, for he is mindful ultimacy. Secondly, mindful absoluteness entails all powerful eternalness, because only a mind with absoluteness can be omnipotently ageless, not subject to death. If you reject fallaciously God's eternalness, then you have to fallaciously assert absolute nothingness / default nothingness, which can fall under anti-realism and modal nothingism. However, in in general is false because God revealingly exists. Therefore, the abstraction of total nothingness presupposes the actuality of God. And philosophically, default nothingness has no causality for instant creation because something to simultaneously instantly spawn requires a mindful cause. For example, A and not A simultaneously actualizing. So multiple dimensions, for example, universe of height, depth, and width requires a mindful antecedent cause or simultaneous creation. Further, God can't have a beginning because he is simple at the same time irreducible because he is an absolute mind. So an absoluteness requires a mind defaultly for there to be change in status quo. For example, for there to be a creation point from a singular default starting point requires a mindful cause.
You don't need to prove that God exists to me. I've already agreed that, if there was a creation, and I don't deny that there was a creation, there must have been a creator. What is at issue here is where Christians get the authority of the Trinity from. Can you maybe address that question, please? Where did you get the
Yes,
idea? It's not in the New Testament,
from
and you're waffling.
it's from the Bible.
No, it's not.
It is, and I've got my syllogism to prove it, which I have re-messaged you again. So my biblical premise 2, to read it out word for word. Biblical epistemology, Genesis 1:1 to Revelation 22:21 clearly presupposes premise 1. To give a summary to that, because from my understanding, you have agreed to my pre-biblical premise 1, my biblical premise 2 automatically follows because the ultimate creator would make themselves epistemically known within the first sentence of their sacred book, the Bible. Genesis 1:1, in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth. So we know Genesis 1:1 truthfully even before reading biblicalism, hence why my syllogistic P2 presupposes the truthfulness of the ultimate creator. I yield.
So you're not going to tell me where historically Christians got the Trinity from. Are you going to try that? Maybe you want to look it up.
I would say I've answered your question. So to
So okay, but
paraphrase,
maybe I wasn't listening properly, or I misunderstood. So where did Christians get the idea of the Trinity from?
your question is loaded because an idea can be synonymous with a conception / abstraction in the mind of a human. So we get the concrete ontological trinity from divine revelation, and we get the Judeo Christian trinity more precisely from the Bible, more precisely the Old Testament, Genesis 1:1, complementing
Jews don't
Judaism.
agree. Genesis 1:1 just says, "In the beginning,
Yes.
God created the heavens and the earth." There's nothing about the Trinity. Maybe you're hallucinating.
Here, that's a claim because here on Wikipedia, Jesus was stated to be a Jew. Jesus, to read off Wikipedia, Jesus was a Galilean Jew who was circumcised, was baptized by John the Baptist, began his own ministry, and was often referred to as rabbi. Jesus debated with fellow Jews on how to best follow God, engaged in healings, taught in parables, and gathered followers. And I can send you a link to that. But that's, I would say, somewhat of a different topic if you want to debate the semantic title Judeo Christianity in comparison to Christianity. But
Sorry, what's the difference
regards to
again? What's the difference between Christianity and Judeo Christianity?
your question is an informal fallacy because you have to agree to my categorical syllogism before we talk about the New Testament.
Okay, so you're refusing to answer my question of what the difference is between Christianity and Judeo Christianity. I mean, nobody calls themselves a Judeo Christian, only you do. But then you are peculiar in so many ways. So have you created for yourself your own version of Christianity? Is that what you have done?
What's your question? I'll just type it out.
I'm asking you the difference between Christianity and Judeo Christianity. I can't see the difference. I've asked you this question before, but you won't answer.
Okay, so there's 2 points here and a question.
What is the difference
Just to
between
address,
Christianity and Judeo Christianity?
so I've typed out that question, which I will address after I address these 2 points here.
I've asked you this
I am
question
taking
already
note.
many times before, and you can't seem to answer. You can't seem to answer. You don't seem to know if there is a difference. And if there is, what is the difference between Christianity and Judeo Christianity?
We'll address your question after I address these 2 points that you're possibly metaphysically dodging. So the first point here, I have answered all of your questions within this debate. You may not like the answer. I even sent you a definition on the word answer from
No,
www.dictionary.com.
I don't understand your answer.
That could be a lie because you may not like the answer.
Well, I can't even
If you don't
repeat it. I
understand,
mean, I can repeat, somebody's lie, but I don't even know what you actually said to say, uh, you said such and such a thing, but I don't agree. I don't even know. I couldn't even sum up if somebody asked me what you said. I couldn't do that.
I will address one of your questions that you have asked multiple times after I address this next point. So I'm not the only one. This point of yours, I would say, is a red herring / informal fallacy, but I will address it anyway. I'm not the only one that calls themselves a Judeo-Christian. As I've heard, from my understanding, the YouTuber Gavin Hurleyman, he has referenced the Judeo-Christian God when he has debated or him. One of his debates, I can't remember who was his opponent, may have been, I can't remember.
Okay, well, what's his name?
The next point,
Maybe I can look him up. What did you say his name was?
Gavin Hurleyman.
And he's on YouTube. Gavin Holy man.
Yes, he may not have a
He's
proper
got a YouTube channel, he's got a
open.
moustache, and he's got
I'll send
52
you a link.
subscribers. I
I
used to
think
have
we are referencing.
1.4 subscribers until my YouTube channel got nuked.
I don't think he posts his debates to his channel.
Only got
If you
4
look up
videos.
his,
And they're not
it is
about
more.
his debates. It's as far as I can tell, the boxing, the boxing training.
He
So
has debated my understanding of the people, but doesn't
okay, so
load it to YouTube.
he's not exactly an authority. He's not a theologian. So whatever authority he has, it's not of the highest. He's only got 52 subscribers and 4 videos. So not impressive. Anyway,
Just
if I asked
responding
him,
to
he would be able
your.
to tell the difference. So you don't know. So really, there's no difference between a Judeo Christian and a Christian. So you don't.
It's a claim, and my response about Gavin Hurleyman is in response to your claim that I'm the only person that labels himself a Judeo Christian. I reference somebody else to disprove your claim. So your
Okay, but
question
anyway,
here.
he's nobody much, right? He's not a theologian, and you're not a theologian because you don't even understand the Trinity because, well, you find it very hard to explain. Have you ever been confirmed? Are you a confirmed
Have
Christian?
I been confirmed I'm a Christian?
May I know what denomination?
Okay, I'll just type this out. What denomination is 2 points and 2 questions I want. Oh, there's actually 3 questions and 1 point I want to address here. You're possibly metaphysically dodging. So the first question here, what is the difference between Christianity and Judeo-Christianity? Again, this question of yours is an informal fallacy because you have to verbally agree to my syllogistic P1, which you have. And I actually take that back. I apologize. You have agreed to my syllogistic P1. Your question is still an informal fallacy because you have to agree to my entire categorical syllogism before I can address your question
Why don't you just pretend that
directly
I have
without.
agreed to everything that you require? And then you're going to say, but Christianity is better than Islam and Judaism because the Trinity is true. And the Trinity is true because, let's hear it.
I can get to that again, but you have to verbally agree to my syllogistic P2.
Oh, I have to agree with you that Christianity is better than Islam and Judaism without you having to explain why it is. Is that how you're going about your debates?
Not necessarily. You have to verbally agree to my syllogistic P2 and the conclusion that Judeo-Christianity is true.
Well, why should I? When you haven't even explained your points, you're just saying I'm okay. You haven't answered my question about whether you have been confirmed. I don't think you even understand the question, do you? You don't even know what it means to be confirmed.
I can address that question. I've got that question typed out here. That's the third point here. So just to wrap up this point here, again, if you want to talk about anything other than truthfulness of Judeo-Christianity, then you have to verbally agree that Judeo-Christianity is true. Second point here, made claims from my understanding about Gavin Hurleyman, because from my understanding, he is saved. God gives me special revelation about this. And from my understanding, Gavin Hurleyman is a theologian because he or she debates for Judeo-Christianity / Christianity with theological arguments. The next point, have I been confirmed I'm a Christian? That question is loaded because I label myself as a Judeo-Christian, and I have been confirmed I'm a Judeo-Christian from God, as I am God's best friend. Hence my username, Ultimated Judeo-Christian. So if you want to verify my identity of being God's best friend, then ask God, and he may give you a response through his special revelation or eternal power. The last question here, what denomination am I? That question is an informal fallacy to a semi-formal debate because you have to verbally agree to my categorical syllogism before we talk about topics / subjects outside of it. But for the sake of this debate, I am a pre-denominational Judeo-Christian.
So you're saying
So
you
if
haven't
you
been
can
confirmed.
address my...
You're saying you haven't been confirmed. You haven't undergone any sort of confirmation ceremony.
Said I have been confirmed.
You haven't
Maybe
undergone
less than a minute ago.
Okay, you're self-certifying it, aren't you? You're not saying, yeah, on such and such a date, I was confirmed in such and such a church by such and such a bishop or whatever. You're just saying, God, being my best friend, has confirmed me. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, so you haven't been
God
confirmed. Why
is the
haven't you been
confirmer.
confirmed? Why don't you go to church and get yourself properly confirmed?
That's a loaded question. As I've stated, I have been confirmed by God himself
But some people
through
don't,
his special revelation.
some people don't accept the existence of God. Are you in a mental institution?
Question is an informal fallacy, as you're possibly dodging the seriousness of this debate by switching the subject onto me.
Well,
I
I'm doubting your
think you were trying
sanity
to
and
back...
your veracity.
There's a lot of claims here. So, firstly, think you were trying to backtrack to my syllogistic P1. I assumed you agreed to my syllogistic P1, hence why we are on my syllogistic P2. So if you try to divert away by backtracking to my syllogistic P1, I am confident that I will pick up on that very easy because I've got a debate mentality with you.
You haven't proven why Christianity is better than Judaism or Islam. You say that the difference between the Trinity and the God that Jews and Muslims believe in is, well, the Trinity. And you are saying the Trinity is true. And I have asked you repeatedly, where did Christians get the big idea of the Trinity from? And what is your answer again?
Just type out your question again. Where did the Christians get the idea of the Trinity? I think I've answered this question maybe 4 times. Just to address the first point here, I have verbally proved my syllogistic P2. If you don't understand word for word my syllogistic P2, then I will give a tautology for it. Even before reading Biblicism, we know via divine revelation, in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth.
That's the Old Testament. Jews
And
don't
because
agree.
God,
Jews, as you know, do not agree that Jesus is God. They don't, and neither do Muslims. And you're saying that Christianity is better because?
just type this out, Christianity is better because there's yeah, that's what I was doing. I was proving my syllogistic P2, and then I was interrupted. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 points here. Just to go back to proving my syllogistic P2, which will also address the last point I've got from you. Christianity is better because, firstly, I'm advocating for Judeo Christianity. To summarize my proof for my syllogistic P2, ontotheology is only referenced within the first sentence of the Bible as a source of epistemic foundationalism, because God is ultimate truthful love, thus he would make this known to us within the first sentence of their sacred book, the Bible, Genesis 1:1. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. So that can be seen as a signature from God. Thus, the author of Torah, more precisely Genesis, had special revelation and divine revelation from God. He referenced the same presupposition as we have now, and God would have authorized it by communicating with who we call Moses through direct special revelation, as God, from my understanding, has spoken directly to Moses, for example, in Exodus 3:14. So just to summarize my proof for my syllogistic P2, the Bible is true because the first sentence is true, not open to possibility / belief. Thus, Genesis 1:1 onwards to Revelation 22:21 is true without the addition of the Quran, because God is perfectly infallible, therefore does not require the Quran to support the authenticity of the Bible. Disjunctively, even if the Quran were in addition to the Bible, then it would state so in the first sentence of the Bible to avoid confusion. To address your question here, where did the Christians get the idea of the Trinity? I've already addressed this question multiple times. In
And the
fact,
answer is?
I will address it. I will address this more directly. The answer is the Bible. So Christians, word Christian has multiple meanings. The adjective Christian can mean a loving person and a follower of Christ. So loving people would have to be exposed to the Bible to get the theistic version of Christianity. Hence why Judeo Christian should be the preferred theistic title or ontological and epistemic reasons. Obviously, third point here, this is your claim, another claim of yours. Jews do agree that Jesus is God.
No,
You
they
claimed
don't.
Jews, so you're inferring all Jews. That's a claim. You can't speak on behalf of all Jews because Jesus is stated to be a Jew.
Well,
So,
Jews who are not heretical Jews would deny the divinity of Jesus. And also, as a Christian, you would know that God forbade idolatry in his commandments. Don't you know that?
what's your question again?
You have heard of the Ten Commandments, haven't you?
I'll just type this out. Have I heard of the Ten Commandments? I've added that question to the list. I'll just wrap up your first question that you're possibly dodging. So, no, this is your recent points, not the question in regards to Jews or claim of Jews disagreeing with Jesus to be God. You're making a generalized claim. So my refutation to your generalized claim is Isaiah 53 verse 1. In fact, I may have to Isaiah 53 verse 2. He grew up before him like a young plant and like a root out of dry ground. Didn't have an impressive form or majesty that we should look at him. No appearance that we should desire him. In fact, it's Isaiah 53:3. This refutes your generalized claim. He was despised and rejected by men.
Lots of men are
So
rejected and despised by other men.
this is from my understanding, they are referencing Jesus. So Jesus, my understanding, is stated here to be despised and rejected by men. But that's not all men. So obviously you're over exaggerating what you possibly think is a generalized claim to mean all Jews. It's not all Jews were against Jesus. So you can't make a generalized
Okay,
claim.
I'm saying that Judaism rejects the Trinity, and so does Islam reject the Trinity. But you are claiming that you know better than Judaism and Islam. And I am asking you where Christians got the idea of the Trinity from.
Let's talk about your question again. Where do Christians get the idea of the Trinity from? I've already answered this question multiple times. So just to address there's 3 points here, 2 points and 2 questions. Firstly, Islam / Muslims falls under fallaciousness because Quran within its first sentence doesn't complement God's truthfulness as there's no creation point referenced. So people can imply physical God as Quran, from my understanding, references God to be the ruler of the world, not explicitly the creator of the
No, no, no.
universe. So
Muslims call God, Allah Lord of the world. So he created the universe. That's what Muslims believe.
it's just a claim. I will
Well, you're making a lot of
disprove,
claims, and
hopefully.
I'm asking you again, where did Christians get the idea of the Trinity from? I'm going to make myself a cup of tea, and you have a good look. All right? I'll be back in a few minutes.
How long?
I mean, well, you can look up where Christians got the idea of the Trinity from. I keep asking you that question, and you keep forgetting that I've asked you, or if you look it up, you forgot the answer that you gave. So again, I ask you, where did Christians get the idea of the Trinity from?
I will address that question again. So you can do your thing. You made a bunch of claims again.
All right,
So
so I,
you
I
can
have your
make.
leave to go into my kitchen and make myself a cup of tea while you have a think about where Christians got the idea of the Trinity from, okay? Because I keep asking you that and I'm not getting an answer from you.
That's a claim.
Well,
So
what is
you
it
can.
then? Can you say it in one word? Where did Christians get the idea of the Trinity from?
I will address that question after I address 3 other points, which includes another question of yours regarding the Ten Commandments. So you can make your possible coffee, then we can continue this debate. Just let me know when you get back.
Of course.
Okay, if you hear my voice, I may be attending, maybe just be talking to the listeners. So as we wait for my interlocutor to return, I will just briefly go over the points that I've got here. Firstly, I will be further disproving Islam. Second point here, have I heard of the Ten Commandments? Obviously, yes. Next point, no, Islam is false. Last question here, where do Christians get the idea of the Trinity? Again, I've answered this question maybe 4 or 5 times. So we'll wait and then I'll further disprove Islam with a reductio ad absurdum. Please, for any inconvenience, I am here waiting for my interlocutor to return. So I'll just see this miss. You back? Are you back?
I'm back. Okay, so what was the answer to?
Okay, so I'll answer your question just as I address these points that you're possibly dodging metaphysically, just to wrap up my refutation of Islam, because Quran doesn't complement epistemic foundationalism. People can imply a physical God.
Can you
Physical
explain what
God.
epistemic, what foundationalism? Did you say that? What is it?
Yes. So that's in regards to studied knowledge. So knowledge that we discover through writing. So, for example, the material God's new kingdom is made of, being gold, I would say we can't ontologically know that. We have to epistemically know that. Epistemology is in regards to what we know in writing. Epistemic foundationalism is more precisely in regards to the first sentence of a sacred book as the epistemic starting point for the remaining pages of said book to be true. So Quran doesn't complement epistemic foundationalism because there's no reference of a creation point. Thus, people can imply a physical God out of the Quran. Physical gods are false because physicalities are subject to an infinite regression defaultly, which requires a non-physical god defaultly, which entails absoluteness that secures contingencies, and only a mind defaultly can be absolute, eternal, and all-powerful, etc. Hence why Bible is true, because there is reference of a creation point. Your question here, have I heard of the Ten Commandments? I think you got static. Can you hear me?
Yes.
You've asked me, have I heard of the Ten Commandments? Yes. The next point here, I know Islam is false for the aforestated reasons. Lastly, a question, where do Christians get the idea of the Trinity? This is maybe the 6th time I've answered this question. Maybe the 2nd time very explicitly. We get the idea epistemically of the Trinity from the Bible. Yield?
Which verse?
As stated, Genesis 1:1.
Jews don't agree. Next one.
Some Jews do agree.
They would be heretical
Are you?
Jews who practice idolatry.
That's just a claim.
Yes, I am saying that Christianity is idolatry because you worship a man.
Possibly shifting the goalpost
No,
now.
I'm saying idolatry is the
Because
worship of anything that isn't God. And Christians worship an executed blasphemer. Jesus was executed for blasphemy,
address,
wasn't he?
I'd say an informal question to a semi-formal debate, because I think you're setting up a straw man argument by attacking Jesus in his human form rather than his
He was
God
executed
form.
for blasphemy, wasn't he?
Your question is an informal fallacy because I think you're setting up a straw man argument by arguing against Jesus's human form as opposed to his ultimate form. So your
Was
claim
he or
of
was he
Jews,
not executed for blasphemy?
your question is an informal fallacy
Wasn't an
to a
informal
semi-formal
fallacy? An
debate.
informal fallacy is a question you don't like. Is that what an informal fallacy is? A question that you don't like.
Not necessarily, because will be happy to answer that question, but we have to first conclude the seriousness of this debate first. So, an informal fallacy, as I have read out to you through wikipedia.com, which I will private message you a link. Just a moment. I read this out again. Just a moment, as I thought I copied and pasted the link. Just to read the first paragraph. Informal fallacies are a type of incorrect argument in natural language. The source of the error is not just due to the form of the argument, as is the case for formal fallacies, but can also be due to their content and context.
Can you give an
Fallacies,
example
despite,
of an informal fallacy that isn't a question that I ask you that you don't like?
that's a loaded question
What is a loaded
because
question? What is a loaded question?
loaded question, I can give you my definition, but I would just send you a link, wikipedia.com, and then I'll just read out first paragraph.
Can you give examples of loaded questions just to show that you understand what you mean when you say that? Because obviously, when
Yes,
you
I
say
would.
it's a loaded question, it's again another question that you don't like and you refuse to answer. And I'm asking you again where you get the Trinity from. And you've already said Genesis 1:1, and I'm saying Jews don't agree. So what's the next verse?
I've got your question down. You asked what's the next verse as well. Let's type this out. Just read out loaded question, just to avoid you asking this possibly again, as you have with informal fallacy. I did read out the definition of an informal fallacy.
And you couldn't give
So
examples, which
just,
means that you don't know what the hell it means. So when I ask a question you don't like, you will say it's an informal fallacy. And when I ask you what an informal fallacy means, you can't answer. You can't answer in a way that makes any sense to anybody who might be listening. Because you can't give examples of informal fallacies. They're just questions I ask that you don't like. And another question, and the other insult that you hurl at me is when I ask you another question that you don't like, you say it's a loaded question. And I ask you what a loaded question is, and you can't answer.
There's a lot of claims here. So, firstly, I just want to wrap up the definition of a loaded question that you're possibly dodging. So, I'll just read out the first sentence as opposed to the
You can't give an
paragraph.
example of a loaded question. Never mind. Let's just assume that when I ask you a question that you don't like or you won't answer, you will say it's either an informal fallacy or a loaded question. But anyway, we know that you don't like being asked where you get the idea of the Trinity from because you don't know. And when I went to make myself some tea, why didn't you just ask someone? Why didn't you phone a friend or look it up about where Christians get the idea that Jesus is God? Where did they get the idea from?
You're asking a lot of
No,
informal
just one, just
fallacies
one,
and
just one. I am asking you again where Christians get the idea of the Trinity from. And you're going to say Genesis 1:1, and I'm saying, no, that's from the Torah. The Torah is Jewish scripture, and the Jews don't agree with you that Jesus is divine. So I'm asking you again where Christians get the idea that Jesus is divine.
it, that's a new question from my
No, it's the
understanding.
same
Where
question.
do
It's the same question that you refuse to answer because you don't know.
That's a claim. So, from my
If you
understanding,
knew,
you
you
just
would answer
ask
my
a new question,
question.
making a lot of claims. So,
Just
from my
one that you don't
understanding,
know
you
what you're
did.
talking about. You don't know where Christians get the idea of the Trinity from. And I'm saying, if your entire argument is that the Trinity is true, I'm asking you for authority for the proposition that the Trinity is true. And you don't even know where it comes from.
Making a lot of claims. So, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 points I want to address here.
No, just
Two of
answer me
them are
the
questions.
question of where Christians got the idea of the Trinity from. I went away to make tea. I was away for a few minutes. You didn't use the time to look it up or phone a friend?
That can be a loaded question again. I've got the question about the Trinity as a second point here, which I've already answered, but I will do again. But I'm still trying to wrap up point of a loaded question. So
The
I was
loaded question is
giving,
something
I
a question you
can,
don't like.
that's a claim. So I got here to give you an example of a loaded question. However, I want to get the definition out first from Wikipedia to avoid you possibly asking the same question as you have asked
You
what
answer
an
it in
informal
in one
fantasy is.
sentence. What is a loaded question? Don't read from Wikipedia. I can look up Wikipedia. I want you to give an example of a loaded question, and you can't because you don't know what it is. And reading from Wikipedia
It's a
doesn't mean that you
claim.
understand. Okay, then give me an example of a loaded question.
Yes, that's what I will do, as I've got that on my notepad here. But I would like to give you a definition of a loaded question first, because you may not know what a loaded question is. I can give you
I know
my
what it is,
definition
but do you? I
tautologiously.
know what a loaded question is. But do you?
Yes, but you did ask me to
Yes,
go off
because I wanted
memory.
to know if you understood what you were accusing me of. Because I've detected a
Yes, I
pattern in
will.
your behavior. Because every time I ask a question, you either say it's a loaded question, which means you won't answer it, or that it's an informal fallacy and you won't answer it. You're not answering a lot of questions that I am asking you for the sake of clarification. Why won't you clarify your
Ye-
point? I'm repeatedly inviting you to clarify your position. You can't even do that.
There's a lot of claims here. So, firstly, I will try to remember to give you my definition of a particular
No,
term
no, no. You give me an
for.
example of what is a loaded question, if you can, if you understand it. I don't think you do. What is a loaded question? Give me an example of a loaded question.
Yes, before I give you an example, I was going to give you a definition of a loaded question. Since from my memory you asked what a loaded question is, so I assumed that you didn't know what a loaded question is. I will keep a mental note. I will try to remember to give you my definition of a
No, no,
particular
no. I don't
term.
want a definition. I
Or
want you to give an example of a loaded question, and you clearly can't because you don't even know what it is.
that's a claim. So to
Yes, it's
give
a
you
claim, and you
one,
can't refute it because you obviously don't know what it means because you keep not answering the question. And I even go away to give you time to look up the answers to the questions that you can't answer, and you can't even do it. So am I talking to an
it's
idiot?
a claim. It's a claim. So
Yes, and
getting
I'm
interrupted.
inviting you again. So let's assume you don't know what a loaded question is. You just know that it's something insulting to give you an excuse not to answer my question, so you can, well, not answer my question. So, is it a
Well,
loaded
like,
question to ask you to tell me where Christians got the idea of the Trinity from? Is it a loaded question or is it an informal fallacy?
well, just I think you've asked a new question. So is asking where do Christians the Trinity from informal or loaded? Uh, I would like around 2 minutes to address 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 points from you. I'll set a timer. 3, 2, 1. But just to give you an example of one of your loaded questions would be in regards to when we were debating on my syllogistic P1, you were asking me questions in regards to New Testament, which would be in regards to my syllogistic P2, which would fall under loaded and an informal question because assumptions within your question. That's just maybe one of, I would say, around 30 of your loaded questions. I may be give or take 10.
Okay, so
So,
give an
first,
example of
second,
a loaded question. Go on then. Off you go.
I
One,
gave
two,
an
three, go.
example.
What is a loaded question? And give an example. No, no, don't read anything from the Wikipedia. Just give an example of a loaded question. Ask me a
I
loaded.
gave
Oh,
you
ask
an
me a loaded question.
example.
Ask me a loaded question to show that you understand what a loaded question is.
I gave you an example of one of your loaded
No,
questions.
no, 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 no.
And
Obviously, all my questions that you don't like are loaded questions. So give me your example of a loaded question. Ask me a loaded question. Go on.
firstly, a loaded question doesn't mean somebody dislikes all of your
Okay,
questions.
okay, but give me an
Loaded,
example of a loaded question by asking me one. Can you do that?
I'll have to type this out first if you want it in a question format. So, when you ask questions about Islam, for example, and that can be a loaded question because you're possibly supposing the truthfulness of Islam, which is fallacious,
I'm not. I'm
falling
no, no,
under.
no. Sorry. What was your loaded question that you were going to ask me? Are you waiting for
As I think
ChatGPT
I've
again?
already. I think that's a claim.
Okay,
So,
I'm waiting for
as I think I've.
ChatGPT to come up with the answer to your question. Oh, okay. So you're still waiting. We can wait in silence.
That's a claim. I'm not. I'm barely even know what that is. The cat, whatever something.
ChatGPT. You haven't heard of
Uh,
ChatGPT?
yeah, maybe looked it up twice, like for maybe under a minute or so. Some sites, like some bot sites, I don't know exactly. So just making a claim in regards to that when I barely even know it. But just to wrap up these points, as I think you're metaphysically dodging. So just around 2 minutes, hopefully. 3, 2, 1. So a example of a question, of a loaded question, would be in regards to, I gave an example of this.
What
So
was
if you
it?
want me to formulate it in
Yes, I want you to ask
regards
me.
to
I
Islam,
want you to ask me a loaded question to show me that you understand what a loaded question is. And I also wanted you to give me an example of an informal fallacy, and you couldn't do that. You couldn't do either of it. And I'm still waiting.
your request is an informal fallacy because I think you're trying to set up a red herring ploy. When I tried to give you a definition of a loaded question, I gave you an
I want you to
example
give me
of
an
one of your
example.
loaded questions. I gave an example of one of your loaded questions, and
No,
now
no,
you're
no, no. You
asking
have to
me.
everything you don't like. Any question you don't like is of. I'm only asking you to give me authority for the proposition that Jesus is God. And you haven't been able to answer the question. All you've been saying is Genesis 1.11, and I'm saying the Jews don't agree. Judaism doesn't agree that Jesus is God, and Islam doesn't agree that Jesus is God. So I'm asking you where it comes from. It's not in the New Testament, so where does it come from?
So, what's your question? I think you're dodging my points
No,
about the
you
loaded
are dodging
questions. So,
my
what's your
question.
recent?
I am asking you to support the Trinity using something. So where okay, why don't you just ring somebody up and say, "Hey, where do Christians get the idea of the Trinity from?" I mean, is there a priest you can ask? Somebody you can call? Friend? Priest?
There's
Um,
more questions. What were your questions? I
I
think you
want
asked
you
two
to
new
prove
questions.
the truth of the Trinity because this is the whole basis of your argument. You're saying the Trinity is true and therefore Judaism and Islam are false. Okay? And I'm saying, well, what makes you think the Trinity is true other than you just prefer to be Christian? Actually, how long have you been Christian?
Just type out your question. There's one, two questions, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 points. possibly claims I want to address from you. The first question I've got here, I've addressed this multiple times. I still think you're dodging my points about a loaded question, but for the sake of this debate, I will steer away from that red herring ploy. Where do I get the Trinity from? Assuming you're referencing the Judeo Christian Trinity, as I've already answered this, I get this from Bible and divine revelation.
Well, the Bible is divine
Ontologically,
revelation, isn't it?
not necessarily. That would be special revelation. So there is a difference between divine revelation / general revelation / sacred theology / revealed theology, who the Bible / special revelation / epistemic foundationalism / biblical epistemology, etc. Where I get, again, to summarize my answer, where do I get the Trinity from? Assuming you're referencing my syllogistic P2, then divine revelation, which entails both general and special revelation. Next point here, to prove Judeo Christianity. So I have semantically, regarding its title, I have proven my syllogistic P2. Tautologically, next question here, what's the next verse? I think that was a random question, because the next verse from Genesis 1:1, which is the sticking point I'm trying to stay on here, the Genesis 1:2, regards to God hovering over the watery depths of the earth. Next point, gave an example of an informal fallacy because you have committed informal fallacies. The next point, I have answered all of your questions in this debate. I've even sent you a definition of the word answer from www.dictionary.com. Next point here is asking, where do Christians get the Trinity from, informal or loaded? It can be both, depending on where we are metaphysically within this debate. Next point here, they've asked me to prove the Trinity, which I have already. Last question here, how long have I been questioned for, or something like that? How long have I been questioned? Thought I typed that out properly. That's rare that I may have butchered your question. So maybe you can remember your question. Apologies.
I am asking you, what is the authority for the proposition that the Trinity is true? Can you answer the question in one sentence that I can remember?
Yes, divine revelation is the authority.
Chapter and verse, please.
Genesis 1:1 and
Which
divine
Judaism
revelation.
rejects. Judaism rejects the divinity of Jesus. Next one.
It's just a claim because Jesus is stated to be a Jew. So this is a strawman argument because you have to agree to the...
Judaism is not Christianity, is it? Islam is not
Not
Christianity.
necessarily.
Not necessarily. You think Judaism could be
Judeo,
Christianity?
not necessarily. You have to reference them both as a compound word. Judeo hyphen Christianity.
And the reason
If
for
you
this
want,
is what is the reason for hyphenating Judeo and Christian?
question is an informal fallacy because you have to
Okay.
agree
You don't like
to.
the okay, you don't like the question. So it doesn't mean you don't know the answer and you don't want to answer it?
That's an informal fallacy
Thank
because
you for confirming.
possibly
So you don't know
think
why you want Christianity to be hyphenated with Judeo. You don't know.
question is an informal fallacy because you first have to agree to the truthfulness of the Bible before we talk about anything else other than proving the Bible.
Why?
Are you because this is a debate,
Yeah, and I'm asking
possibly
you
dodging.
to 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 prove. No, you don't even have to prove your argument. You just have to state your argument. Okay, so you have to say what your argument is, right? You have to say Christianity is better than Judaism and Islam. This is what you're saying, isn't it? I mean, ultimately, this is what it's all about. You're saying Christianity is true, but Judaism and Islam are not true. That's what you're saying. Why don't you admit it?
The question is an informal fallacy, as I think you're metaphysically dodging your claim, as I gave a refutation to it, because you first have to accept truthfulness of the Bible
Why?
before we talk about, because this is a debate, think you're
Yeah,
dodging by
but if
switching the
it's a
subject.
debate, you would have to state the argument. In debates, they will always say this debate is about something, right? It has to be about something.
Debate of this is not primarily on the semantics of Judeo Christianity. It's about truthfulness of the Judeo Christian worldview first, as opposed to the words, the title of a religious label. So, debating for the worldview first, then we can talk about the semantics of the Bible. Secondly, I have proven the Bible and I have private messaged you a categorical syllogism, my pre biblical premise 2, biblical
Yeah. You're
epistemology,
saying
Genesis.
basically, your premise one is that God exists, and your premise two is that the Trinity is true. Yes, that's what you're saying, isn't it?
Your question requires
No,
clarification. Are you
why? Why? You don't understand the question? Or maybe you're just trying to avoid having to answer why the Trinity is true, because better men than you have been unable to prove the Trinity.
you're making a lot of claims? So I have proven Judeo Christian Trinity,
Have you? Have
implementing
you
my
where? Who would acknowledge that you had proved that you won the argument? You have no witnesses?
God would be my witness, and
Right, and
I
if
have
I
converted.
dispute the existence of God, then you are left without any support. So can we have it again? What is the authority for the proposition of the Trinity?
Just type out what is
No,
the
no. Why do you have to type it
authority
out again?
to.
How many times have I asked this question? How many times have I asked you this question already?
Don't know, and I would have answered it anyway. So you're possibly
You think you've
repeating
answered
the
it,
same
and then
question.
you forgot. Your answers were so nonsensical that you forgot that you had made those nonsensical answers. I can't remember what you said, even if I don't agree with it. I don't actually know what your answer is to where Christians got the Trinity from. I don't believe that you have answered the question. So I ask again, where did Christians get the get the idea of the Trinity from?
Let's talk about this question again. Where do Christians get the idea of the Trinity? There's two questions in a point here. So the point won't backtrack to my syllogistic P1.
Okay,
I stated,
okay. So you're going to say I have to agree with you that God exists, and I said pretend I'm a Jew or a Muslim who believes in the Abrahamic God. So pretend I'm a Jew or a Muslim, and you are saying to me, a Jew or a Muslim, that Christianity is true because the Trinity is true. And again, I'm asking you where you get support for the Trinity from.
that's a new question.
No,
Where
it's an old
do
question. I've been
I get
asking it
the
for
idea
quite
of
a
the.
few times, and we've been talking for about 3 hours now, and we keep going back to the question of what is the authority for the proposition that the Trinity is true?
That's one of just the second point here I've got on my notes. What is the authority to the proposition that Trinity is true, / the Bible? Firstly, I just want to wrap up this point that you're possibly dodging. Again, don't backtrack to my syllogistic P1 because my understanding, you have agreed verbally to the existence of God, or precisely my syllogistic P1, ultimate creator creation polarity grounds epistemic universalism. Your question here, as I've already answered, what is authority to the proposition that the Trinity / the Bible is true? Again, this is maybe the fourth time. Divine revelation, which entails general and special revelation. Revelation is the default knowledge we have of God's attributes as a revelatory presupposition. Special revelation is in regards to scripture, direct revelation, for example, God communicating verbally
Look,
with
it's just
people.
gibberish, isn't it? Because your sentences don't even make sense. Just one word. Where did you? You must be able to cite a source. Why don't you ask your priest? Ask your priest. Do you have a priest?
This type,
No, you actually
I have a
you don't have a
priest.
priest. You have nobody to ask. You're not even a confirmed Christian. Are you incarcerated in a mental institution?
Just type out your question. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 questions from you and a point. So I have, from my understanding, answered this question. What is the authority to the proposition that the Trinity / the Bible is true? My understanding, you have not fallaciously presented a counter argument. So I will assume that you have conceded to that
No, I
question.
haven't. You have not answered my question. You're just waffling and talking nonsense. Where do Christians get the idea of the Trinity from? And you say divine revelation. So which verse? And then you're going to say Genesis 1:1, and I'm saying Judaism doesn't agree with Christians. So what is your
I've
next
asked the
answer?
same. I've asked the same
Yes, I
question,
do,
but
because you're
tautologiously.
not answering the question. So if you were to, do you even know a priest or a pastor? In your mental
Do
institution,
I
is there
even?
a chaplain or somebody like that?
It's a loaded question. So, three of your questions here are actually one question, and two of your questions here is actually one question again. So, there's actually
What is that one question?
three. So now there's three. I've cut. There was like six questions. Now there's three questions because three or four of them were the same question, but in a tautologist state. So just to wrap, I've answered that question to my suffice. Next point, my sentences should make sense because I'm speaking as basic as I can most times, if not all of the time. Your question, do I have a priest? That's an informal fallacy because I think you're dodging by switching the subject onto me.
I'm asking
You
if there's
questioned
anybody to
about
help you answer the question if you can't answer it.
to claim, so to address your other
Okay, so if you
question
can't
about the
answer the
mental
question, what is the answer?
type is out. Firstly, you asked me about if I'm in a mental institution. That's a no. Next point here. Have answered all of your questions. You may not like the answers.
Okay,
Even
well, I
sent you
don't
a
know what
definition.
the answer is. So, can you say it in one sentence? What is the authority? Can you answer the question? What is the authority for the proposition that the Trinity is true?
I've already answered
Okay, what
this.
is it? What is your answer?
As I answer this again, you have to paraphrase my answer
No, 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 no.
because
There's no. If you can't even explain your position, then you're the one dodging and backtracking. So it's a very simple question. Christians believe in the Trinity. You are saying the Trinity is true, and I'm saying back it up. Back it up with, well, I don't know, verses or arguments or something. And you can't do it, can you? And I'm saying if you can't do it, find a priest or a theologian, and you can't even do that.
there's a lot of claims here. So I've answered this question multiple times. What
Well,
is
what
the
is it? What is it
authority
in
that the
one in one sentence? What is it?
Yes, and as I answer this question again, you have to summarize my answer
Yes, I have
because
to.
I know
I
you
have to summarize your answer to show that I understood your answer. But you haven't said anything sensible for me to summarize in a way that even makes sense as a sentence.
it's just a claim, so
Okay,
I
so
will
so so in the shortest possible sentence with a subject and verb, answer the question, what is the authority for the proposition that Jesus is God, which is the Trinity, isn't it?
That's a loaded question because we can know the Judeo Christian Trinity to be true, even with implication of Jesus. So your question requires clarification. Are you referencing the
I am
ontological
asking you,
Trinity?
what is the authority for the Trinity? Okay? So if you asked
I-
your priest, where did the Trinity come from? What is his answer?
Depends because I require clarification on what version of the Trinity you are
Or
referencing. So
any
is it
version of the Trinity. Where does it come from?
can't, for the sake of this debate, my clarification needs to be answered. Otherwise, I think you're dodging my clarification question. So my clarifying question, which version of the Trinity are you questioning about? For
Both.
examples,
Are your answers?
it's
Would
too
your answer be
vague.
different? Any version of the Trinity. Where did you get the idea from?
A question requires clarification, so I think you're dodging my clarifying question. So allow me to get out the clarifying question without any interruption. So, are you referencing the economic trinity, ontological trinity, modalistic monarchianism? Which
Any
version?
of them? Where did the Trinity come from?
Have to give me, I can't, that asking me a vague question.
Well, I'm
Have to
asking
answer
you
my
where the
clarifying
Trinity
question.
came from, and you're the one dodging the question. You are projecting.
I'm not dodging your question. I
Okay,
think
where
you're
did the
dodging my
Trinity come
clarifying
from?
question. Your question requires clarification, which I think you're dodging my clarifying question. So, which version, without being
Any
vague,
version. Just pick one. Pick one yourself. Where did it come from?
I will pick either the ontological trinity and the economic trinity regards to Judeo Christianity. So we know this through divine revelation and the Bible, as I've stated many times. To summarize, we cross-reference general revelation to epistemic universalism biblically. We even before reading the Bible, we know that the ontological Trinity exists. We get exposed to the Bible, then we would directly know that's the Judeo Christian version of the ontological Trinity exists
You're
because
just
of
talking
modalistic.
nonsense. So you can't say in one sentence where the Trinity comes from.
It's just a claim.
Okay,
My
okay. Do you
response
have anyone to ask? A theologian, a priest? Do you have anybody to ask?
questions. Your question is an informal fallacy, as you're alluding to appeal to
Yes,
authority,
of course.
not appealing to
Because if
God.
you don't know where the Trinity comes from, I'm asking you if you know somebody who does know where the Trinity comes from. And if no Christian knows where the Trinity comes from, then I guess, well, they have no reason to believe in something that they don't know came from. But obviously, all these
Your
Christians, they don't know where
microphone.
the Trinity comes from. They just believe it because what, they're stupid or something, or they just blindly follow. I mean, where does it come from? Isn't there a story behind it?
Your recent questions are informal fallacies, as not only are they not arguments to my
No, the
justification for
questions.
proving my
The
questions
questions
aren't
about where
arguments.
Christians got their Trinity from. So I'm assuming you're just waffling because you don't know, and I'm asking you, maybe you need to go and find out or ask somebody. Do you need to do that? Is there somebody in the next room in your mental institution that you can ask, or you need time before you come back and give me your answer? Do you need time? Do you need
Your
time to come up
questions
with the
are
answer?
informal and loaded because I've already answered this question multiple times.
Okay, so what is
And
it? In one sentence, where does the Trinity come from?
as stated many times, divine revelation
Okay,
of
so
general revelation.
Which verse? You're going to say Genesis 1:1, and I'm saying Judaism doesn't agree with Christianity about the divinity of Jesus, and the Trinity is about the divinity of Jesus, isn't it?
Yes,
Yes?
all Jews disagreed with Jesus' divinity. You're just making a claim.
I'm saying Judaism doesn't accept the divinity of Jesus, and neither does Islam. And that's why you have three different religions claiming to believe in the Abrahamic God. There is only one
Just
Abrahamic God,
making,
isn't there?
yes,
Okay,
you're
so
making a claim.
you're disagreeing with me that there's only one Abrahamic God. Are you saying the three?
And I think you're running from your claim. So what's your recent question?
The real question I want to ask you is where you get the idea of the Trinity. And if you can't answer my question without waffling, then maybe you want to phone a friend. Do you want to phone a friend? Do you have a friend to phone?
There's another question. Do I have a friend to phone?
What is the answer?
Just to address the first, say that again.
I asked you what the answer was.
Type it there. What was the answer? Firstly, Judaism regards to the Jewish people, not all of them would disagree with Christology. Judaism is in regards to the Jewish people. It doesn't explicitly state all Jews rejected Jesus. We're just putting that as a claim. You have to reference the Bible here as an epistemic authority. You're referencing an extra biblical website, and that can be genetic fallacy.
So
Your
you're
question
not going to
here,
be answering my question about where Christians get the Trinity from. Is that it's just a yes or no? You don't know. You're not telling me. You don't know anybody who does. Is that your final position?
there's a lot of questions there.
Well, are you going to answer my question or not? Are you going to answer my question
Yes,
on where Christians get the Trinity from? I mean, are you still in doubt about the question I really want you to answer?
There's a lot of questions and claims here. So I was just about to get to that. Where do I get the idea of the Trinity? Got a notepad here up. I've already answered this multiple times. So you have tautologically asked me this question. Where do Christians get the idea of the Trinity? What is the authority for the Trinity? Where do I get the idea of the Trinity? You're asking the same question
Yes, and I
tautologically.
keep not getting an answer from you.
I have answered all of your
Okay, so in
questions. You
one
may not like
sentence,
the
where do Christians get the idea of the Trinity from? Go.
Yes, I will copy and paste to you answer of my project. So we can read this together. The private message. Just a moment. I'll just read this out. So it's about 2 sentences. Biblical revelational epistemology tautologically means God revealingly attributed the Bible /biblicalism for evidentialism /
It
epistemic
doesn't make any
foundationalism.
sense.
It's a claim. I'll just finish the message and then we can
Okay,
talk
we've
about
been
it.
through that. You're going to say, oh, the Bible is a top-selling book worldwide. And
It's
Judeo-Christian
not just that.
Christianity is religiously dominant worldwide, and that's you're basically saying Christians must be right because there's more of them, or that their countries are more powerful than non-Christian countries. So therefore, Jesus is God. Is that basically your answer?
Question is an informal fallacy, as if you want to talk directly about Jesus, then you have to accept the truthfulness of the Bible. Just to wrap up this private message that you're possibly dodging, as I have been citations for it, deducing the first sentence, deduces the Bible, the top-selling book worldwide, www.guinnessworldrecords.com, 2021. Also, Judeo Christianity / Christianity religiously dominant worldwide, www.worldpopulationreview.com, 2023. And then I'll just check my notepad. Other questions. I have a friend to phone. There's time. No. Next question. What was the answer? So I think those were just one of your rapid fire questions. You asked 3 or 5 questions. I think there's only one question. What of the first sentence of the private message I sent you don't you understand? Possibly.
It doesn't mean that just because the West is Christian. In fact, I don't believe that the West is Christian because most Westerners don't believe that Jesus is God. In fact, most Westerners don't believe God exists. Most Westerners are atheists. Haven't you noticed?
Question is an informal fallacy because I think you're backtracking to my syllogistic P1.
Well,
And you're setting up.
well, it's just a fact that most Westerners are atheists, so they don't accept that Jesus is divine. So you have a problem there, don't you?
Sounds like a loaded and an informal fallacy because I think you're backtracking to my syllogistic P1 to avoid possibly the private message I sent you, as you did claim that it doesn't make sense regarding the first sentence. So I would like to ask you, what of the first sentence don't you understand of the private message sent you
You-
recently?
All you said was that the Bible is the worldwide bestseller, and actually, everybody gets their Bible free. They get it. Nobody buys a Bible; they get it free.
Didn't say that, and that's partly regarding the second sentence. I was addressing the first sentence. Just to repeat the first sentence word for word, biblical revelational epistemology tautologically means God revealingly attributed the Bible / biblicalism for evidentialism / epistemic
It's not a
foundationalism.
proper sentence. Can you do it in a proper sentence so it makes sense with a subject and verb? Can you do that? Or don't you know what a subject or a verb is?
So attributed would be the verb. So may not can send you a link to that. The moment wordtype.org. Kind of word is this?
No, I'm not
Attributed
having
is
a
a verb.
problem with attributed. I'm having a problem with biblical revelational epistemology, tautology. What does that mean?
Firstly, I'm referencing God attributed, not attributed, the Bible. Biblical revelational epistemology in regards to the studied knowledge we have of God through the Bible. For example, as I've stated to you or somebody else, material that the new kingdom is made of being gold. So that is epistemic knowledge. I'm giving you an
No,
example of
no, no.
what epistemology.
Can you say it in a sentence that ordinary people can understand? Because nobody knows what biblical revelational epistemology means. So,
It's a claim. Oh, you may not know what it means. That doesn't mean that everybody else does. So
okay,
you're
who
committing
does? Who
a
does?
uh,
You're
an
basically saying
angel in heaven.
that the Bible, the existence of the Bible means God exists. That is what you're saying, isn't it? Biblical revelational epistemology tautologically means God revealingly attributed the Bible biblicalism for evidentialism, epistemic foundationalism. Uh, so, is that what you're saying? Is that the Bible, the existence of the Bible means the existence of God? Is that what you're saying?
Not necessarily. My private message regarding biblical epistemology is in regards to proving Judeo Christianity ontotheologically /
Why do you keep saying
epistemically.
slash? Just make up your mind, like so we can just decide. You're saying so evidentialism is the same as epistemic foundationalism. Is that what you're saying?
Not necessarily. They can be up for interpretation.
Okay,
That's why
so
I'm
what is
very precise.
epistemic foundationalism?
As I've stated many times, the studied knowledge we have of God.
So
So,
it's
for
theology.
example, yes, studied theology in writing. So, for example, material of the God's new kingdom of being gold. You have to epistemically find that out.
What does
I
epistemic
would
mean?
epistemic is just synonymous with epistemology, so it's just can be used as an adverb. Can say epistemologically or epistemically.
What
So
is
just to
can you define epistemology?
define epistemology, I'll just up this point first that you're possibly dodging. Oh, epistemology / epistemic foundationalism is in regards to the first sentence of a sacred book to be the source of the remaining pages. Because Genesis 1:1 is true, remaining pages low.
So
As Genesis 1:1.
epistemology is the study of knowledge. Would you agree?
Yes, I've already answered this. I said epistemology is in regards to studied knowledge. I also added theologically / meta onto theologically. I am answering the same question from you.
Okay, so what I'm trying to
So,
do is, can you actually turn what you just said, which is biblical revelational epistemology, tautologically means God revealing the attribute of the Bible, biblicism for evidentialism, epistemic foundationalism. Now, can you make it into a sentence, a short sentence?
yes, I have
Okay, so
private
what is a short
messaged
sentence?
you. But the sentence is only 13 words I sent you.
No,
So
it's too long. It's
it's
too long
short to me.
because nobody knows what biblical revelational epistemology is, and nobody knows what evidentialism or epistemic foundationalism is.
It's just a bunch of claims.
Yeah,
So
well, I'm saying
the
I don't
first,
know what the hell you mean. So can you simplify it?
so do you want more words
No, I
or
want
less
fewer
words?
words. I want fewer words. I want fewer and simple words. Can you do that? Or are you
Yes,
just
so I will
saying
try.
the
I
Bible is evidence of God? Is that what you're saying? I'm trying to help you here.
can say that, but that's not as detailed as the 13 words that I sent you. So I can that to me 13 words is very short because typically I trying to aim for 19 words per sentence. Usually you can have to 50 words per sentence, so 13 words a sentence is very short. To
Well,
make this even
it's too long if
shorter,
people don't know what the hell you're talking about. So you're basically saying because the Bible exists, God exists.
not necessarily, you're
So
making
so
claims again. So
when you say not necessarily, you mean yes and no. Is that what you're doing?
firstly, try to speak on behalf of yourself. You're on the hot seat here,
No,
so
I'm not on the hot seat.
try.
You are the one explaining to me what your what your argument is, and I'm trying to get it out of you. And so you seem to be saying that God exists because the Bible exists. Therefore, fairy tales are true because the books of fairy tales exist.
A lot of claims here. Firstly, you are on the hot seat. This is a debate from my perspective. Secondly, Bible supposes general revelation. Your claim of Bible proves God is contradictory because the Bible is epistemically based. So the God's existence proves the Bible, not
Okay,
the other
but
way
people deny
around.
the existence of God. So how are you going to prove God's existence?
Question is an informal fallacy because I think you're backtracking to my syllogistic P1. We are on my biblical P2.
So you are
Oh,
saying that God exists. I'm saying for the sake of argument, oh, I'm a believing Jew or a believing Muslim, and I'm saying that all these people who already believe in God, but they don't agree with you about the Trinity. So what are you going to do about that?
can you shorten your question?
I am saying that Jews and Muslims who believe in God don't accept the Trinity.
It's a claim.
Well,
Can
obviously,
you fallacious?
Jews and Muslims are not Christians, and you're saying Christianity is better than Judaism and Islam, and you're going to prove it. So, and I'm saying Christians believe in the Trinity, and I'm asking you where you get the idea of the Trinity from, and you still haven't answered.
I have with the private message I sent you and with earlier justifications. So
No,
I
no.
will
Why
try
don't you
to
just say
shorten.
where you get the idea of the Trinity from? Why do you have to private message me? Just say it. Say what where Christians get the idea of the Trinity from.
Yes, and I have with the 13 words I private
Yeah,
message
but it
you,
does.
which I
So
can try.
basically, you're saying God exists because the Bible exists, but it doesn't follow, does
uh,
it, about the Trinity? Because there are all these Jews and all these Muslims who believe in God, but they don't agree with you about the Trinity being true. And your next task is to prove that the Trinity is true. Now, please go ahead. How is the Trinity true? And you're going to say the Trinity true because well something supports it, and I'm saying what, and you're not answering my question.
So I've answered this with the 13 words I sent
Yeah,
you, which I
and you're
can.
saying, and the 13 words just mean that God exists because the Bible exists.
My understanding from memory that doesn't follow, as I've already stated, Bible presupposes divine revelation. So God's existence proves the Bible, not the other way around, because the Bible stand alone has to reference ontotheology / God's attributes. So just to try to shorten the 13 words that I sent you. So biblicalism means defaultly God attributed it. That was maybe 7 words. I need to shorten that again for you. Apologies. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So I've cut down the 13 words to 6 words. So can you respond to those
Oh,
my
you're
shortened?
okay. So what are the 6 words?
Actually 7 words now as I've just updated it. So I'll just fix it up a bit and then I'll copy and and paste it to you. So it's around 7 words. Just a moment as I have to just do a quick spell check. And I'll read it out. Cataclysm defaultly means God revealingly authorized it.
Okay, did you fail your English? Because it's not even grammatical, is it? There's no such word as defaultly.
Yes, and I think you're setting up his strawman arguments.
Okay, well,
Attacking
there
the
is no
one.
such word as defaultly. There is no adverb called defaultly.
Yes, because it comports with grammarly.com as an editing website, academic writing. So
What does it mean?
it means as a metaphysical starting point. So that's those 7 words, that sentence, I into www.grammarly.com. Again, I would say one of, if not the most popular editing writing website.
Okay,
And
I see in Wiktionary that the word comes up. It says it means in the absence of an alternative, it must be true or something. It means one, rare, non-standard, in the absence of an
by
alternative as a standard by default. So it's a difficult concept to understand, isn't it?
not necessarily,
Yes
and
and
there's
no.
about
Okay.
103,000 results off Google of defaultly.
Okay. So
I think you were
okay. Well, I'll admit it. The first time I've heard of the word was because you used it, but then you use a lot of words that most people don't understand. And so what does it mean? What does this 6 or 7 word sentence mean?
a lot of claims here. So what the private message I sent you means is that my categorical syllogism is true, proving ontological Judeo Christianity.
So
Yield?
what I have here is biblicism defaultly means God revealing authorized it. What does that mean in simple words? So you're saying
You
you're saying that because the Bible exists, God must have revealed it. That's what you're saying, isn't it?
can you repeat your question?
I'm trying to simplify what I think you are saying when you say biblicism defaultly means God revealing authorized it. So I think you mean that because the Bible exists, it means God must have revealed it.
Yes.
So you are saying because divine revelation exists, there must be a divine being. Yes?
Question can be an informal fallacy, as divine revelation would directly infer universal epistemology of the Bible, not divine revelation entailing God. That's tautologists I think you're backtracking to my syllogistic P1. I think you're dodging my syllogistic P2.
Okay, let's put
You?
it this way. If we accept that there is divine revelation, then we have to accept that something divine revealed it. Yes?
My question is an informal fallacy to a semi-formal debate because I think you're questioning about my syllogistic P1. We were on my syllogistic P2. So I think you're dodging metaphysically the seriousness of my syllogistic P2 as divine revelation entails special revelation. Divine revelation doesn't entail God, as divine revelation is God. So divine revelation autologically ensues God, unless you're referring deduction, which you may not be doing so. When you say divine revelation means God, that's just tautologous for saying God exists, which you are possibly backtracking to my syllogistic P1. And we are on my syllogistic P2 of the 6 words that I private message you. Cataclysm defaultly means God revealingly authorized it. He has made ontotheology / agape theism known meta-ontotheologically within the first sentence of his sacred book. This is 1:1 biblically. The beginning God created the heavens and the earth, falsifying the Quran, other fake sacred books. Yield.
I'm trying to help you here by saying saying for you more clearly what you could be saying yourself. And I'm suggesting that you are saying that if divine revelation exists, there must have been a divine being that revealed it.
Can you repeat that?
If divine revelation exists, there must have been a divine being that revealed it.
My clarifying question, are you questioning my syllogistic P1?
No, I'm talking about just that, the thing in itself. What I just said, if we accept that there is divine revelation, we would have to accept that there must have been a divine being that revealed it. It's not controversial.
I think you're dodging my question.
What is your
To
question?
repeat, tautologically repeat my question. Your question about divine revelation regarding my syllogistic P1 or my syllogistic P2?
No, I'm not even referring to any of your claims. I'm saying that if we accept that there is divine revelation, then we would have to accept that a divine being must have revealed it. You don't understand?
That's a formal fallacy.
Why is it an informal fallacy? You
Fallacies.
agreed with me earlier that if there was a creation, there must have been a creator. This is the same sort of reasoning. It's a similar form of reasoning.
There's a lot of claims here. I would like around 60 seconds So, firstly, my syllogism doesn't contain claims. So, when I asked you clarifying question, what paraphrase is your question about divine revelation regarding my syllogism? You responded that it's not in regards to those claims. So that was a claim. So I think you're dodging my question. But to logically repeat my question, your question about divine revelation regarding my syllogistic P1 or my syllogistic P2.
I'm not referring to either of them. I am saying that if we accept there is divine revelation, I don't know if you do. Do you accept there is divine revelation?
Clarifying question, is your question about divine revelation regarding my syllogistic P1?
No,
My
it's nothing
syllogistic
to do
P2?
with your quest. Your It's nothing to do with what you've been saying. I'm giving you an example of why something could be true just by deductive reasoning. So, if you accept that there is divine revelation, you would have to accept that there must have been a divine being that revealed it.
If your question is not regarding my syllogism, then you're possibly metaphysically dodging it.
No, I'm not, because
So
I am trying to help you clarify your position. Because you earlier agreed with me that if you agree that there has been a creation, there must have been a creator. And you had no problem agreeing with that. So why are you trying to wiggle out of this reasoning, which goes as follows? If there is divine revelation, there must have been a divine being who revealed it. Why are you having problems with that? I would have thought that you'd immediately find this formulation of what you're trying to say so badly helpful.
making claims again. So I think you're still dodging my question. This is maybe the third or fourth time.
What is your question?
So again, is your question about divine revelation regarding my syllogistic P1 or my syllogistic P2?
I'm saying it's nothing to do with either of your premises. I am saying you would have to agree, wouldn't you, that if you accept that there is divine revelation, you would have to accept that there must have been a divine being that revealed it.
Well, response is an informal fallacy
Okay,
because your
so
question
you're having
has.
problems agreeing with me. Is it because you don't understand the question?
Your
Or you can't
question is an
answer
informal
honestly?
fallacy.
You can't answer honestly.
It's a claim. So
What is a
your
claim? Well,
recent question.
you can't even agree that if you accept that, but this is precisely your own point. It's your own point. You're saying that the Bible exists, therefore God exists. Wasn't that what you were trying to say?
My clarifying question. You asked me what is a claim?
No, I'm asking you, what is the authority for your proposition that the Trinity is true? Because obviously, the whole point of this debate is you wanting to prove to me that the Trinity is true, right? You're saying Christianity is better than Judaism and Islam. And so my next question would be, well, how and why? So what is it? What are you going to say that's going to convince me that Christianity is better than than Judaism and Islam? And then you're going to say, oh, but the Christian Bible is the worldwide bestseller. Yes, you're going to say that, and then you're going to say that Christians are dominant. Yes, you're going to say Christians are dominant in the world because the West is dominant in the world because the last three empires, the last three global empires have been Christian, right? The Spanish Empire, the British Empire, the American Empire. The West is based on Christianity.
Just private messaged you my questions, so I may have to take notes within our private chat so I can send you my notes. And my question is your questions regarding my syllogistic P1 or syllogistic P2
I said neither.
or the if it's neither, then you are switching topic.
No, I'm not
So you're
switching the
dodging.
topic because I am saying that what you're doing, the whole purpose of this discussion is about you proving that Christianity is better than Judaism and Islam. Isn't it? That's the whole point of this conversation. You are trying to prove that Christianity is better than Judaism and Islam. And you're going to support it by saying the Christian Bible is the worldwide bestseller, and that the West, which is based on Christianity, is dominant globally. Is that not right?
Your question is an informal fallacy.
Okay, so
because
you're not going to answer. Why won't you answer? I'm just repeating to you what your arguments are.
I am answering your questions. You may not like the answers out of ignorance or deceitfulness. So I think you're still dodging my question, as you have commented against my categorical syllogism proving ontological Judeo Christianity. So to tautologically repeat my question, are your recent questions regarding my syllogistic P1, syllogistic P2, or syllogistic conclusion?
So P1 is basically your position that God exists. P2 is that the Trinity is true. So I'm helping you out here. So assuming that Jews, well, it is true that Jews and Muslims believe in God too. They just don't accept the divinity of Jesus, and the Trinity is about the divinity of Jesus. And I'm asking you again and again where you get the idea that the Trinity comes from. And you haven't been able to answer the question. And I've said, well, why don't you phone a friend or ask a priest or something? Why don't you? You can't answer my question.
What was your last question or
I am
questions?
asking you why you think the Trinity is true, and you're supposed to support it. I think it's true because it comes from, I don't know whoever said it and whatever. But you can't even tell me who said it. Who said it first? You just know you're supposed to believe it in order to be Christian.
I've actually private messaged you my notes, so there are 2 points and a question. The first point, he agreed to my syllogistic P1,
Which
hence
is
why
that
we are
your
on.
position, P1, is you saying God exists. And I'm saying Yes, Jews and Muslims also believe that God exists, but they deny the Trinity. And you are saying the Trinity is true, and I'm asking you, what is the authority for the Trinity? And you can't answer that. And I'm saying you can phone a friend or, I don't know, look it up online. And you still haven't been able to give me an answer. Do you want to go away and come up with the answer next time, or what?
It's a loaded question because I've already justified the Trinity ontologically and economically. So,
No, you haven't answered my question about where the Trinity comes from.
I'll address that question again after I address this point that you're possibly dodging metaphysically. So you and I agreed to my syllogistic P1.
You
We
are
are
saying
on
God
my
exists, and I'm saying Jews and Muslims also agree with you that God exists, right? And you're saying the Trinity is better than Judaism and Islam, and you're going to say the Trinity is true because fill in the blank. I'm inviting you again to fill in the blank. You don't seem to understand the question, or you can't answer it. Which is it?
just a moment. I'll be right back as I plug in my charger.
So hopefully he's phoning a friend or asking a priest or theologian where the Trinity comes from. We haven't even started discussing idolatry.
I am back. So as I was, maybe you can say what you were saying.
I keep asking you where Christians get the idea of the Trinity from. Can you say it in one sentence, your answer, or are you not able to do that?
Uh, what's your question again?
Where did Christians get the idea of the Trinity from?
Yeah, this is maybe the fifth time I've answered this.
Say it in one. Can
This
you
is
say it in one sentence? Can
eschatology.
you say it in one sentence? Christians got the idea of the Trinity from fill in the blank. Can you fill in the blank?
I'll address that question after you've asked this question tautologically recently
You can't answer the
3 times.
question, which is why I keep answering it, keep asking it. You can't or you won't. And I've said, call a friend, phone a friend, call a priest, whatever. Do you not have anyone to call?
Sounds like a loaded question. So I am getting interrupted. So I'm just pointing out for bait points that you are asking the same question
Yeah, because I haven't
tautologically.
been getting an answer from you. Where did Christians get the Trinity from?
I'm getting interrupted. So I have private messaged you the question that you asked me, which you have asked me around 3 times recently. I've answered this question maybe close to 10
Okay,
times.
so what is the answer that I
Not
keep forgetting?
even
What is the answer that I keep forgetting? You say you've answered it 10 times.
It's
Say it in one sentence. Can you say it in one sentence? Christians got the Trinity from fill in a blank. Fill in a blank, please.
my categorical syllogism.
What?
Yield.
What?
My categorical
I don't know what
syllogism.
that means. This is a new word for me. What is it?
I've said it multiple times, and
Okay,
I've
well, I don't know
private
what a
messaged you
categorical
this.
syllogism is.
Or I sent it to you maybe 3 hours ago.
Well,
I've
I
sent
can't
it to
find it.
you
I
multiple
have no memory
times
of it.
throughout.
I have no memory of it. So you can't explain to me what a categorical syllogism is.
I can, but I'm pointing out that I've sent it to you maybe
Okay, well,
4
I don't remember
times.
seeing it. I don't remember you saying anything about a categorical syllogism.
Yes, as I've stated multiple times, syllogistically P1, syllogistically P2, my biblical premise
Okay,
2, my pre-biblical
okay. If
premise.
you're going back to P1, your position 1 is God exists. Your position 2 is that the Trinity is true. And I'm asking you again why you think the Trinity is true and what arguments or evidence have you got in support of the Trinity being true?
My categorical syllogism. So, just to give you a definition, I'll give you my definition of a categorical syllogism. Is a deductive argument, usually with two premises and a conclusion in its most explicit form. So,
So,
can get you.
okay, so a syllogism is, this is how I understand what syllogism is. All men are mortal. Jesus is a man, therefore Jesus is mortal, and therefore Jesus can't be God.
Syllogism is not sound because Jesus is not just a man, he is supernatural. He is the begotten Son of God. That means in John 3:16 biblically, Jesus is a very unique aspect of God. So your syllogism fails.
Okay, so we're back on the Trinity again. So please explain why the Trinity is true. Can you find evidence or arguments to prove that Jesus is God?
Your question is an informal fallacy because all I have to do is prove to you that Jesus is indirectly God with the first sentence of the Bible. If you want me to
Okay, which
directly
first sentence are
prove
we talking about?
Genesis 1:1,
Okay, so you are saying that in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. And this proves that Jesus is God. Is that what you're saying? Because this is what Genesis 1:1 says. It says, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth.
yes, and that indirectly proves Jesus to be God
How?
because the Old Testament proves the New Testament.
What does that mean?
Jesus means that the Old Testament preconditions epistemically New Testament as they are both in the Bible, complementing the Latin term books
Okay, so
/ the
you're saying
Bible.
that without the Old Testament, there can be no New Testament. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that without the Old Testament, the New Testament wouldn't have foundation.
Yes, I mean,
We have to start.
I get it that without Judaism, there wouldn't be Jews. Without Jews, there would be no Christian, no Jesus. And without Jesus, Christianity wouldn't exist. So Christians are dependent on the Old Testament for their religion. Because if there were no Jews, there would be no Jesus for Christians to worship. And I'm saying Christians are idolaters because they worship a man.
Not necessarily. You're setting up a straw man argument with Jesus. However, I will address the straw man argument anyway, as I've already stated many times, well, multiple times. Jesus is a Jew. Even read out the Wikipedia definition or article about Jesus being a
I'm
Jew.
not disputing that Jesus was a Jew, or that he was a man, or that he died after he was crucified for blasphemy. So why do you think Christians worship a man executed for blasphemy? Don't you know that idolatry and blasphemy is forbidden by God in his commandments?
Your recent questions are informal fallacies because you have to accept the truthfulness of the Bible before we talk about the divinity directly of Jesus. I think I did private message you Wikipedia link. I don't think I did, so I'll just send you a link regarding Jesus to be a Jew.
I don't deny it, so there's
Wikipedia.
no point. There's no point proving to me something I'm not disputing. I don't deny that Jesus was a Jew. I'm saying that Christianity depends on Judaism, because if there was no Old Testament, the New Testament wouldn't exist, because, well, the New Testament is based on the Old Testament, isn't it?
Question is an informal fallacy, I believe, because the New Testament is dependent on Jesus as he is a Jew complementing Judaism.
Yes, I'm
So the
saying
Old Testament,
Christianity is based on idolatry and blasphemy, because Jesus was convicted of blasphemy, wasn't he? That was why he was
that's
crucified. What was he crucified for?
that's a it's an informal fallacy
Okay, so
because
now you're denying that Jesus was crucified, are you?
a question is an informal fallacy because I think you're dodging my syllogistic P2, including the 6 words that I sent you of a tautology of my syllogistic P2. So just to read that out again,
No, no,
syllogism
I don't see
defaultly.
why a Christian would deny that Jesus was crucified. You must be a very odd kind of Christian to deny that Jesus was crucified.
It's a claim. So I think you're
Okay, so you
dodging my
deny
syllogistic.
the crucifixion of Jesus. Is that what you're saying?
Question is an informal fallacy
Okay, so you're
because I
not going to
think
answer. You're not going to accept that Jesus was crucified.
your response is informal because I think you're metaphysically dodging my syllogistic
Okay,
P2.
so you're now denying that Jesus was crucified, or are you denying that he
Your
was crucified for blasphemy?
Your question is an informal fallacy because I think you're metaphysically dodging my syllogistic P2, biblical epistemology, Genesis 1 1 to Revelation 22:21 clearly presupposes premise 1.
No, it doesn't.
It's a claim. Thus, you have to
Well, you can't prove it.
fallaciously.
You can't prove your claim that the Trinity is true.
That's a claim. My biblical premise too is true definitionally. Biblical epistemology, Genesis 1:1-2, Revelation 22:21
You can just repeat
clearly
these words
presuppose.
again and again, but it doesn't make any sense to anyone. So you are saying that the Trinity is true, and I'm inviting you again to tell me where you got the idea, where Christians got the idea of the Trinity.
Making claims again, so I've answered your question multiple times
What
in
was my
relation to
question?
my syllogism.
Okay, what was my question?
In regards to where do Christians get the
Okay,
Trinity from,
good,
to
good. You remembered my
paraphrase?
question, and your answer was where do Christians get the idea of the Trinity from? In one sentence.
My syllogistic P2.
No, but it makes no sense. So if somebody were to ask you where did Christians get the Trinity from, by by P2, it doesn't make any sense. It's nonsensical. Can you see that?
No, because my syllogistic P2 presupposes my syllogistic P1, implementing epistemic universalism.
Okay,
You,
but P1 says P1 is your position one, which says God exists. So, and I'm going back to your to the fact that Jews and Muslims who also believe in God don't agree with the Trinity. And you're going to say, well, what are you going to say? You're going to say the Trinity is true because you're going to have to prove that Jews and Muslims are wrong. And I think your answer is that Christianity is true because the Christian Bible is the world's number one bestseller, and Christians are politically and militarily dominant in the world.
you finished?
Yes.
Yeah, so again, I may have to read out my syllogistic P1. Maybe you have to reference its full version rather than saying God exists. So if you reference my syllogistic P1, and you may have to reference it word for word because it does allude to Bible / my syllogistic P2 with epistemic universalism.
Well,
So
you're just mudding them out because nobody else will know what you mean by whatever you just said. So I'm trying to make it easy for you so that your arguments are understood by other people, and your position is that God exists. You're saying God exists, therefore Jesus is God, and I'm saying it's not even a logical argument because there's nothing to say that Jesus is God. Because I keep asking you, if the Trinity is the argument that Jesus is God, where did you get the argument from? And you don't know. You can't answer. I keep asking you. You claim you have answered the question 10 times, and I have no memory of you actually answering my question about where the Trinity comes from and where Christians got the idea of the Trinity. It's not in the Bible.
a lot of claims here. So there's 3 points wants to address here. Claim here again, you're claiming a lot of people just appealing to a possible imaginary consensus, which would fall under epistemic circularity because you would require a second consensus to support the first consensus. This keeps going backwards to where we have to start with general and special revelation.
Look, you are saying
Secondly,
that because you're just waffling and you're talking nonsense and nobody knows what you're talking about. I am stating your position. You seem to be saying that because God exists, Jesus is God. Because the Trinity is true. That's what you're saying. Yes?
what's your recent question?
You seem to be saying that because God exists, the Trinity must be true. That's your reasoning, isn't it?
Just typed out your question, so I'll address
I'll say it very simply.
3 other points.
You seem to be saying that Jesus is God because God exists.
Is this, yeah, I've got that question tautologically, I think. So just to wrap up these 3 points you're possibly running from, I answered all of your questions in this debate. I even sent you a definition of the word answer from
No.
www.dictionary.com.
You have to say it in a way that makes sense to other people who may be listening. There are not many people listening, but if they were listening, what would they say your answer was about where Christians got the idea of the Trinity? Where did they get it from?
Let's talk about your question again.
Why can't you remember it? You should know it by heart by now. We've done this for 4.5 hours, and you still can't seem to remember what the answer you gave was.
Well, there's 2 questions and points. So I think you're dodging this point.
What is the
Answered
point that you
all
think
of your
I'm dodging?
questions. That I've answered all of your
Okay, well, just
questions,
repeat it.
and
Just
I
keep
even
repeating it, because I keep repeating your positions. Position one, your position number one is that God exists. Your position number two is that the Trinity is true. Yes.
what's your? There's a third
So,
question recently.
so
What's
when you say that, my question is, how is the Trinity true? What evidence or arguments have you got in support of the Trinity? And you can't answer the question.
that's a claim
Okay, well,
because, and I
answer,
still think
repeat
you're
that.
dodging.
You repeat that claim by giving me the answer. Where did Christians get the idea of the Trinity from?
Firstly, I've answered all of your
Okay, what is
questions
the
in this
answer?
debate.
Where's your answer? What is the answer to where the Trinity comes from?
Before I answer that question, there are other questions of yours I would like to answer first. So you asked
You
to
are dodging,
paraphrase.
but go ahead. Carry on dodging.
To claim, I think you're metaphysically dodging your other questions. So, question I've got here from you: because God exists, Trinity must be true? Question mark. So, as I've stated earlier, this question requires clarification because are you referencing ontological Trinity,
Doesn't matter.
regards to
Any Trinity will do. Where did the original idea of the Trinity come from? Do you want to ask? Do you want to phone a friend or ask a priest? And come back to me
question
a bit
requires
later. Do you want to do that or ask ChatGPT, whatever?
there's a lot of questions now. So your question about God existing, entailing the Trinity to be true, that requires clarification. Are you questioning my syllogistic P1 or my syllogistic P2?
P2, obviously.
Yes, so I
Because
have
I keep
answered this
asking you
question.
where the Trinity comes from. I've already agreed with your first premise that God exists, okay? Because Jews and Muslims agree that God exists. But you're saying not only do you believe that God exists, you're saying that Jesus is God, because the Trinity is about saying that Jesus is God. And I'm saying, prove it.
As I have many times with
Okay,
my
well, just say it in one
syllogistic
sentence. Can you
P2.
say it in one sentence? Can you say it in one sentence?
Yes, in like 7 words again. Just have to scroll up.
So you are
Biblicism
saying,
default.
no, say it in one sentence. You can't even remember what I just told you, right? So you're going to say biblicism defaultly means God revealing authorized it. So we're back to, if we accept that there is divine revelation, then we must accept the existence of a divine being, and I'm happy with that. So we're back to premise one, which is God exists. So prove the Trinity. Can you do that?
Is your question regarding my syllogistic P1 or my syllogistic P2?
It's obviously P2. I'm asking you to prove or support the Trinity, and you can't even do that. You don't even know where it comes from.
It's a claim.
Okay,
I'm
well, you can
assuming you.
refute that claim by telling me where Christians got the idea of the Trinity. Please, can you answer that question? If you don't know, then just say you don't know. Or do you want to phone a friend?
A lot of questions. No.
So do you
So
know?
I'm
Okay, just
assuming.
concentrate on the main one. Do you know where the Trinity comes from?
Firstly, I'm assuming you agree to my syllogistic P1.
Yes, I've already said
So
that Jews and Muslims who believe in God and agree with you that God exists, they don't agree with you about the Trinity. Okay, so you're supposed to be telling me where Christians got the idea of the Trinity from, and I'm still waiting.
as I've stated many times, with supposition of my syllogistic P1 in junction with biblicalism, more precisely Genesis 1:1 to Revelation 22:21, ontologically complementing my categorical syllogism, proving ontological Judeo
Okay.
Christianity
Well, I don't know what you're saying now.
clearly.
I don't know why you're saying these words. Why don't you just be honest and say, I don't know where the Trinity comes from, but I'll come back. I'll get back to you on that.
It's a claim, so
Okay, so where does the
I
Trinity come from?
have stated many times the presupposition of my syllogistic P1 in conjunction with my syllogistic P2. Are
Doesn't
you?
make sense. What you say doesn't make sense. Are you falling asleep now? Do you want to go to sleep now and maybe come back to me when you're less tired, when you are able to understand what my question is and accept that you don't know the answer and maybe do a bit of research and come back and tell me, well, whether you have the answer. Where does the Trinity come from?
So I've answered this question
Okay, so
already, and I will
what is
answer
the
it.
answer? What is the answer to the question of where the Trinity comes from?
I will answer this question again. So Trinity comes from presupposition of my syllogistic P1 / divine revelation plus my biblical premise 2 is true definitionally.
Okay, so
To
you see,
summarize,
I think you're very tired. You cannot answer my question, but you're just repeating words to give yourself time. You seem to be saying that because
that's a
God exists, the
claim.
Trinity is true. And I'm saying, no, it can't be true because Jews and Muslims don't agree with Christians that Jesus is divine. And you're claiming, as a Christian, that Jesus is divine. And I'm asking you where you got the idea from and how are you going to prove it?
My categorical syllogism.
Okay, so a
So
syllogism is all men are mortal, Jesus is a man, therefore Jesus is mortal, and therefore he can't be God, and Christians are wrong for worshipping as the co-equal of the Abrahamic God who created the universe.
syllogism is not sound,
Why not?
or
Jesus wasn't a man?
because not just a man,
So you're saying Jesus was a
supernatural.
divine man, which makes you guilty of idolatry.
Oh, and this is a strawman argument
No, it isn't.
because
Jews and Muslims
you're
believe Christians to be idolaters. Idolatry is the worship of anything that isn't God. And if you are claiming that Jesus is God, where is the proof? Where did you get the idea that he was divine from? Where did you get the idea of the Trinity from? And you can't answer the question.
that's a claim.
Okay,
So
you can refute that claim by telling me where Christians got the idea of the Trinity from.
I've answered this question multiple
All right.
times,
So
so I'll do it
what
again.
is the answer? In one sentence, in one sentence, in one sentence. It has to be one sentence.
So, assuming you're referencing my syllogistic P2,
Where nobody
Trinity
knows what it means.
comes.
Your position is position one, God exists. Position two, the Trinity is true. So yes, I am asking you how the Trinity is true and where Christians got the idea of the Trinity from, and you can't answer.
It's a claim because ontological Trinity can be referenced within my syllogistic P1. Economic Trinity would be in reference to my syllogistic
I don't know what you
P2.
mean.
Means that he can directly know the Judeo Christian version of modalistic monarchianism / Trinitarianism to be true with the presupposition of my syllogistic
Okay, it
P1.
doesn't make any sense. It's just words you're putting together in desperation because you can't answer in one simple sentence. Where does the Trinity come from? And the Trinity
There's a lot
it
of
came into existence before you were born, so there's no point talking about your P1 and your P2 because you are irrelevant. The Trinity was an idea that came before you were born.
everyone would indirectly or directly know that the Judeo Christian version of the Trinity is true. So, if the assumption that your question is in reference to my syllogistic P2, answer your question again, people would get the of the economic Trinity from the Bible.
Where? Which chapter? Which verse?
Genesis 1:1, because I'm referencing the Trinity. I'm referencing, if
Okay,
you
so
remember,
Genesis 1:1 says, "In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth." There's no Trinity in the sentence.
yes, it's implied with the definition of God, as if you remember, when I reference the Trinity, I'm also referencing modalistic monarchianism.
What is
So the
modalistic
Trinity,
monarchianism?
God with multiple personalities.
Well,
So
only
that's
Christians
where we
believe in the Trinity, right? Only Christians believe in the Trinity. But Christians are guilty of idolatry because they worship an executed blasphemer. So I guess Christians shouldn't be relied on for anything they say because it's clearly nonsensical.
there's a lot of claims here.
Yeah, well,
So
I mean, well, as a Christian, do you deny that Jesus was crucified for blasphemy?
a question is an informal fallacy
Why?
because you're jumping too far. You're jumping to the crucifixion of Jesus as
Yes, yes.
opposed
Well,
to his
as opposed to his what?
ontotheological status of being aligned with God's ultimacy. So even before reading the Bible, we would indirectly know there to be a Trinity because of modalistic monarchianism. The Trinity
Where can I read about
can
modalistic
imply.
monarchianism?
You can read it off Google, so I can go off the Wikipedia definition here. Modalistic monarchianism, also known as modalism or oneness Christology, is a Christian theology upholding the oneness of God as well as the divinity of Jesus as a form of monarchianism. It stands in contrast with Trinitarianism. That's not necessarily true that it stands in contrast, as it can complement Trinitarianism. So Trinitarianism has multiple versions. So to put this into context with my categorical syllogism / debate, even before reading the Bible, depending on the timelines of people, we can know that he is a Trinity because God has multiple personalities. If you're referencing God's human form, that's a different subject. You have to first agree to the truthfulness of the Old Testament before we reference the New Testament. For the sake of debate, Jesus is referenced within Genesis 1:1. However, from my understanding, we need extra biblical material to support this argument of better seat. But in the beginning, reference to apparently the Paleo Hebrew alphabet, the beginning references symbols or a symbol of Jesus' cross, in reference to the name of God to be tautologous for hold the hand, behold the nail. So, behold the hand, behold the nail. My memory, my understanding is referenced within the first 3 words of Genesis 1:1.
Okay,
The beginning.
so modalistic monarchianism. Who believes in that sort of thing? Which church believes in it?
Your question is an informal fallacy.
Right. I mean,
Wait,
obviously, somebody has to believe in it apart from you. Where does it come from? It's a heresy, isn't it? It's not.
it's a loaded question, and or most recent questions are informal because they're not arguments to my argument.
No, because
To
because basically
saying,
what you're saying, I'm using your own arguments. You're saying that Christians are right because they control the world. That was what you're saying. Oh, and the Christian Bible is a bestseller. So you're saying Christians must be right because they are militarily and politically dominant, and the Christian Bible is the global bestseller. And I'm saying that the most powerful Christian churches are the Catholic and the Anglican churches who believe in the Trinity. So let's go for the Trinity. And I'm asking you, where do Christians get the idea of the Trinity from? Go.
I've already answered this question multiple times. This is maybe the 7th time. I
Well, I still
pre
can't remember. Just put it. Just say it in one sentence. Can you say it in one sentence? Because if I let you ramble, you'll be going all over the place, and it still wouldn't make sense. So, can you say in one sentence what the answer is about where Christians got the idea of the Trinity from? Can you do that? And if you can't, you can
yeah,
phone a friend or consult your priest if you have one.
my syllogistic P2.
So here we go again. You're referring to the Trinity. Yes, you're saying the Trinity is true. And I'm saying, where did you get the Trinity from? Surely you must know.
My syllogism categorically.
So a syllogism is it's 3 sentences, right? It says, so first sentence, all men are mortal. Second sentence, Jesus was a man, therefore Jesus. Third sentence, therefore Jesus was mortal. And we know that mortal men cannot be divine, so Jesus was not divine. But you're saying, yes, but he is. So I'm saying, prove it. Who says? Who says Jesus is divine? So you're going to say,
The
oh,
question
the Catholic Church, the Orthodox Church, the Protestant Church, the Reformed Church, whatever, all the Trinitarian churches, they'll say, right? They'll say that they are Trinitarians, and I'm saying, and my question to them is, where did you get the idea from? Do you know the answer?
Your question is an informal fallacy to a semi-formal debate because you have to agree to my categorical syllogism before we talk about precisely the divinity of Jesus. I think you're setting up strawman arguments to possibly dodge the seriousness of this debate.
I'm being
But
perfectly
again,
serious. If if the Abrahamic God forbade idolatry and blasphemy, and Christians have been worshipping an executed blasphemer for nearly 2,000 years, you're in deep shit, aren't you?
I think that's an informal fallacy because I think you're still dodging my syllogistic P2 because or asking a lot of questions in regards to the New Testament. You have to agree to the Old Testament being true first before we talk about the New Testament.
But Jews and Muslims would say that the New and Old Testament do not agree. Because if Jews believed that Jesus was divine, they'd all convert to Christianity and there would be no Jews. But the fact is, they don't agree that Jesus is God, and neither do Muslims. So you're going to prove that the Trinity is true, and I'm asking you where you got the idea from.
Our response is not a defeater. Fallaciously, for the sake of this debate, though my syllogistic piece 2 still remains standing, biblical epistemology, Genesis 1:1 to Revelation 22:21 clearly presupposes premise 1.
Can you answer the
I
question
yield.
in just one sentence? Because you can say a lot of words and they would just be nonsense and they wouldn't follow and the logic would be flawed, to say the least. So can you explain again where Christians got the idea of the Trinity from?
Your question requires clarification. So, are you referencing modalistic monarchianism or more precisely Jesus as part of the Trinity directly?
I'm talking about the Trinity as Catholics and Anglicans and Orthodox Christians and Trinitarians understand it. Because you're saying the Trinity is true because Western nations are dominant and the Christian Bible is global bestseller. That's what you're saying. You're saying Christianity must be true because Western nations are dominant. So I guess you
Can
don't
you
need to
repeat
rely on
that last bit?
whether the Trinity is true or not. I mean, you can just say we're dominant. It doesn't matter if it's a lie. We can still stuff it down your throats because because we're more powerful than you, and we can tell lies, and we have so much power that we can make you pretend to believe in lies because you're so frightened of us. Because we'll nuke you if you don't agree with us.
A question about the Trinity requires clarification. So, are you referencing modalistic monarchianism?
I'm referring to the Trinity as theologians understand it.
Your question requires clarification because there are different versions of Trinitarianism.
Any of them,
So,
how are they true?
question requires clarification because there are different versions of
Yes, I'm saying any.
Trinitarianism.
Just pick a version. Pick a version.
Modalistic monarchianism,
Yeah, how is it true? And who
because
thought it up?
It's a loaded question
Why is it
because
loaded? It's a perfectly natural question. It's like, oh, well, who thought it up?
it's a loaded question because
You
it's
don't
not
even know who thought it up?
purely. It's a loaded question because modalistic monarchianism is not purely abstract. It is divinely concrete because God has multiple personalities.
Or
So he
like three or
is.
four or five. How many?
I don't know exactly.
But
would
I thought you said you
say
believed in the Trinity.
yes.
So it can only be three if you believe in the Trinity, or don't you know what you believe in anymore?
What's your question?
I'm asking you where Christians got the idea of the Trinity from.
Hang on, you made a previous. That's a different question, I think. I've answered that
Well,
question.
do you want to look it up and maybe answer the question next time? I can tell you're tired.
It's to claim.
Well, you can't come
So
up with an answer about where Christians got the Trinity from. And then you say, oh, which version? I said, any version, any version. And then you said, oh, with it, we'll talk about monarchical, what's it, modalistic monarchianism. And then I asked you what it is. You're saying, you said it means that God can has many different aspects, and I said how many, four or five, and you said any, and then I asked you whether you believe in the Trinity, because if you really believe in the Trinity, you're only allowed to believe that there are only three aspects to God.
not necessarily, because Unitarianism would comport with Jesus as he has come down to us in human form. Modalistic monarchianism and comports with God before creation and God now. Modalistic monarchianism would infer multiple personalities
Okay, so
in
how
one
many?
Godhead.
Oh, so is there a God
Don't
tail,
I don't
a God arm,
I
a God leg?
don't know exactly how many personalities. I will know that there would
Oh,
be
it's like what were the
obviously.
genders? How many genders can we have? 56 or something?
I don't know. I have to Google that.
Well, actually, modalistic monarchianism doesn't say exactly how many more aspects of God if it's more than three. So modalistic monarchianism is actually more confusing than the Trinity. But anyway, we don't have to go there because you're saying that the Trinity is true. That was your original argument. So why are you arguing that modalistic monarchianism could be true? That wasn't even your original argument.
It is because I said there are different versions of Trinitarianism, and
Well,
I'm referencing the
Trinitarianism is
modalistic.
okay. Modalistic monarchianism is different from the Trinity, isn't it?
Necessarily. So there are different versions of Trinitarianism. I'm referencing the modalistic monarchistic version, as you may have tried to strawman the other version of Trinitarianism with co-eternal particulars, referencing a singular particular before creation and multiple particulars now, as Jesus is God.
Well, how are you
So
going to prove it?
this is why
How are you going to prove Jesus is God? Where did the idea come from? I keep asking you.
I referenced the argument of better seat, how we have to reference a Hebrew alphabet, or behold the hand, behold the nail to be understood, and I can have it message you YouTube video. There are heaps of videos of this. Jesus in Genesis 1, the first word of the Bible, 1.6 million views. John Kostick.
Okay, we can't be watching videos because anybody can make a YouTube video and talk a lot of nonsense. So I'm assuming you're just going to say that the Trinity is true because the most powerful churches in the world are Trinitarian, right? You agree, don't you, that the Catholic, Anglican, and the Orthodox Church are the most powerful churches in the world, and they're Trinitarian. So let's just stick to Trinitarianism. So I ask you again, what is the authority for the proposition of the Trinity?
As I've stated multiple times, my syllogistic P1.
So P1, for people who don't know, is that God exists. So that is your position, and that is also the position of Jews and Muslims, that God exists. So you're saying that in order to be Christian, you have to believe in the Trinity and that the Trinity is true. And I'm asking you again, where Christians got the idea of the Trinity from?
My syllogistic P2.
Yeah, so you're saying that the Trinity is true, and I'm asking you where where Christians got the idea of the Trinity from. Because I assume that you're going to be explaining why the Trinity is true and why these Jews and these Muslims are wrong.
My syllogistic P2, and I can support modalistic monarchianism comporting with the view of the Trinity. Christianity.stackexchange.com. I'll send you a link to that. The moment they believe that the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit are not three persons but one modalism. That's the title of link. Sent you just yeah. So my syllogistic P2 answers your question again in regards to where does Trinity come from? Canonically / Judeo Christianly.
Okay,
You
so I'm looking at Wikipedia, and you were talking about modalistic monarchianism, and basically the Christian view of the nature of God changed over the centuries. So, would you agree? Would you agree? Maybe you don't. You know, because when I ask you about the Trinity, you say, "Oh, which version and which one?" And there's modalistic monarchianism, and there's Plano monarchianism. So obviously, the view of Christianity, of the Christian God, changed over the centuries. So Christians have been changing their mind left, right, and center about the nature of God. First, they said he was the Trinity, and then somebody said that modalistic monarchianism means that he can be more than three. He can be four or five or six or whatever.
Your response is not a defeater to my syllogistic P2. I yield.
Well, I mean, I'm reading from Wikipedia, and it says under modalistic monarchianism that modalistic monarchianism is closely related to Sabellianism and patricipationism, and we have to look up what it is. So we look up Sabellianism, which is well, it's been condemned as heresy because it's not the Trinity. So we go to patricipationism. I don't know if I've said it right. So I don't know. I don't even know what it means. In Christian theology, historically, patricipationism is a version of Sabellianism in the Eastern Church, and a version of modalism, modalistic monarchianism, or modal monarchism. Modalism is the belief that God the Father, Jesus Christ, and the Holy Spirit are three different modes of or aspects of one monadic God as perceived by the believer, rather than the three distinct persons within the Godhead, that there are no real or substantial differences between the three, such as the identity of the Spirit or the Son is that of the Father. In the West, a version of this belief was known pejoratively as patricipationism by its critics, because the teaching required that since God the Father had become directly incarnate in Christ, the Father literally sacrificed himself on the cross. So it's a mess, isn't it? And that's why nobody believed in
It's
it.
a low.
Do you know?
Question is an informal.
Do you know that it was a Christian practice to burn heretics at the stake?
Well, question is an informal fallacy, as I
You
think you're
refuse to
dodging
answer
my
because
syllogist.
you don't like where it's going. So, do you
Your,
know, or don't you, that heretics used to be burnt at the stake?
your question is an informal fallacy to a semi-formal debate because we have yet to properly conclude my syllogistic P2,
Yes, we have.
biblical
You,
epistemology.
you won't say whether where the Trinity comes from. I'm just saying it was a figment of the imagination of mortal and fallible men who are guilty of idolatry because, well, Jesus was crucified for blasphemy, and Christians have been worshipping an executed blasphemer. Therefore, Christians are in deep shit if God exists.
I think you're dodging my biblical premise too.
No, I'm not. I'm asking you to explain, justify, support the Trinity, and you can't.
It's a claim.
You can't
So I've
explain it.
justified. It's a claim. Or I've justified my categorical syllogism.
No, you haven't. A syllogism is when you say all men are mortal, Jesus is mortal, was mortal, well, was mortal. And if you're mortal, you can't be divine. But Christians have been worshipping a mortal man who died on the cross. This is what Christians say of Jesus. He died on the cross. Therefore, he was mortal. But Christians have been worshipping a man, and they don't understand the concept of idolatry, which is forbidden by God in his commandments. And Jews and Muslims think Christians are idolaters. And the penalty for idolatry for Jews is death.
Your response is not a concrete defeater to my syllogistic P2. So if you fallaciously reject my syllogistic P2, then you have to provide fallaciously counter argument.
I've given you all the arguments.
Yield.
It's idolatry. And Christians have been guilty of idolatry for nearly 2,000 years. And if God exists, he would be very angry with them. And maybe it explains what's going on in the West. Why their ruling classes are so corrupt and why they are about to start World War III.
Making a lot of claims. So, again,
Well, Christians started two world
syllogist.
wars, right? They started two world wars. And if there's a third world war, Christians are going to start it again. It will be down to Christians starting a third world war. After
You're
which their reputations will
possibly
be mud. They will not be in control anymore. They will not be dominant because they will have destroyed themselves. And they will be hated for causing 3 world wars. And I imagine after starting 3 world wars, Christians would be persecuted for being such troublemakers and warmongers
possibly
and idolaters and blasphemers.
or possibly metaphysically running / dodging my syllogistic P2, biblical epistemology, Genesis 1:1 to Revelation 22:21 clearly presupposes premise 1. Yield.
I didn't understand what you were saying.
I'm reading word for word off private message I've sent to you multiple times. Biblical premise 2, biblical epistemology, Genesis 1:1 to Revelation 22:21 clearly presupposes premise 1. Yield.
We seem to be saying that if God exists, Jesus must be God. And I'm saying Jews and Muslims don't agree with you.
Your response is an informal fallacy because you're referencing the New Testament as opposed to Genesis 1:1 more precisely, the source of epistemic foundationalism.
Well,
For me to prove to you,
Genesis 1:1 does not say that the Trinity is true. All it says is, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. It doesn't say anything about the Trinity.
it's implied within the word God. So if you're referencing more precisely the Judeo Christian version of the Trinity, then you have to reference the New Testament, which would be a strawman argument to the Old Testament. Thus, we are indirectly referencing Judeo Christian version of the Trinity. We are directly referencing the ontological version Trinity, at the same time directly biblical / bibliological version of the Trinity. However, we are indirectly referencing Jesus as understanding the name Jesus. My understanding would be epistemically based. We have to read that for ourselves, the name of Jesus. opposed to
What?
innately knowing that to be.
But the Jews don't agree that Jesus is implied in Genesis 1:1. They don't.
That's the claim again. You can't speak on behalf of all Jews.
Okay, so Jews who are Christians would be executed for idolatry and blasphemy if they were being true to the principles of their religion. Because
What's
the
the
penalty,
argument
the,
here?
the penalty for idolatry for Jews is death. You do know about the story about the golden calf, don't you?
Is that in the Bible?
You don't. Yes, it's in. You haven't heard of the golden calf. I'm surprised.
I
So
may have.
so the story is that Moses went up Mount Sinai to commune with God. When he came back, he saw that the Jews were worshipping the golden calf. And he was very angry. And he was carrying those two tablets. And he was so angry, he flung them on the ground in rage. And then, well, he had to get new ones. But, after he flung them on the ground and broke them, he had the Jews who worshipped the golden calf executed. I'm surprised that you haven't heard of this story. So it's first mentioned in the book of Exodus. So this is the Wikipedia narrative. When Moses went up into Mount Sinai to receive the 10 Commandments, he left the Israelites for 40 days and nights. The Israelites feared that he would not return and demanded that Aaron make them a god to go before them. Aaron gathered up the Israelites' golden earrings and ornaments, constructed a molten calf, and they declared, "This is thy God, O Israel, which brought thee up out of the land of Egypt." Aaron built an altar before the calf and proclaimed the next day to be a feast to the Lord. So they rose up early and the next day offered burnt offerings and brought peace offerings. And the people sat down to eat and to drink and rose up to play. God told Moses what the Israelites were up to back in camp, that they had turned aside quickly out of the way which God commanded them, and he was going to destroy them and start a new people from Moses. Moses besought and pleaded that they should be spared, and the Lord repented of the evil which he said he would do unto his people. Moses went down the mountain, but upon seeing the calf, he became angry and threw down the 2 tablets of stone, breaking them. Moses burnt the golden calf in a fire, ground it to powder, scattered it on water, and forced the Israelites to drink it. When Moses asked him, Aaron admitted to collecting the gold and throwing it into the fire and said it came out as a calf. The Bible records that the tribe of Levi did not worship the golden calf. Moses stood in the gate of the camp and said, "Whosoever is on the Lord's side, let him come unto me." And all the sons of Levi gathered themselves unto him, and he said unto them, "Thus saith the Lord, the God of Israel, put ye every man his sword upon his thigh, and go to and fro from gate to gate throughout the camp, and slay every man his brother, and every man his companion, and every man his neighbor." And the sons of Levi did according to the word of Moses, and there fell of the people that day about 3,000 men. So 3,000 Jews were executed for idolatry.
Within that, I think I heard all Jews. You can't use all Jews as an argument, as I did give my refutation of that generalized claim.
I know there
Isaiah
are
50.
heretical Jews. I understand that there are Jews who can convert to, well, Hinduism or be atheist or liberal or whatever and not follow Judaism. But basically, if the Jews are following their own laws properly, they would have to execute these Jews who practice idolatry and blasphemy or atheism. But they don't have the power to do that. So the
It's
assumption is that God, if he exists, will punish Jews after they are dead for their sins. So I guess if you're a Jew and you committed any of the 36 capital offences and nobody punished you when you were alive, then once you are dead, you will be punished for them in the afterlife.
it's around 5.5 hours. So if you want to continue this, we can do so at a different time. So
Okay, okay. So next
you
time
have
you
to.
I understand that you will be tired. So next time we can talk about where the Trinity comes from, and you will have the opportunity to ask others where it came from. That would be good.
If you just want to give a closing, maybe a minute or less, just to summarize from your perspective, and then I'll do the same.
Yes, I am saying that you have not proven that the Trinity is true, and you don't seem to know where the idea comes from. So you haven't proven your point at all.
Is that you finished?
Yes.
My closing will be somewhat in response to your closing. I have proven the Trinity ontologically, economically, / Judeo Christianly, ontologically. You may not understand what I am saying in regards to my arguments, otherwise, you are deliberately being deceitful. So that's my time. If he wants to re engage with me, then private to message me, as because we may be in different time zones.
Well, I'll leave it to
This
you.
went on longer than I.
Yes, it went on longer than
Yeah,
you
because
expected.
of the. Yes. So, yeah, just private message me for another possible round.
Well,
So,
I'll leave it to you because I don't think you managed to prove your point at all. You won't be able to prove that the Trinity is true, and if you even find where the Trinity comes from, you wouldn't be able to say that it came from a divine source because it would be some man saying the Trinity is true because I think so. And that is not sufficient authority, is it? It's got to be divine authority. Otherwise, it's just the lies of some man. And unfortunately, Christians have been believing in the lies of some dead man. And they don't even care.
so that's for debate. So we can do this at a later time. So, have any last words? Maybe 10 seconds or less.
Yes, I you won't be able to find any authority for the Trinity that's from a divine source. I'm telling you that already. You can try, and when you do, when you think you do, you can get in touch with me. But I don't expect to be hearing from you because you won't be able to find divine authority for the Trinity.
For my closing points, I should have had this. I would appreciate it if you upload this debate to your channel,
It's
YouTube
being streamed
channel, as
live.
I will be doing. Yes, I'm aware of that. So I would appreciate it if you keep it up,
I will.
as I may not load this straight away from my side because I'm still figuring out some YouTube tips, viewership count, so I don't know when I will be uploading. I plan on uploading. So I think that would be that. So thanks for the debate. God bless biblically. Bye.
Bye.